Howdy, howdy, good morning. Here a little bit earlier than last time. I want to get through more of the story today than I did yesterday. I almost kind of want to just keep going until we're actually through the chapter. Oh man. We're a little bit, or we seem to be a bit halfway, like, through it. A bit past the halfway mark, I guess is a better way to say that. Oh man. Follow the song. I thought it would loop. Oh, it's there it goes. Oh, there it goes. Wish granted, I guess. But yeah, okay, there it is. Oh, I hate this track. I love it. I hate it. I like how it sounds, but it. Oh man, makes me angry. Riling me up already. All right, so last time we started right before everyone was like informed of Battler finding the gold. So they had him stay through all the talks and whatnot, all boring. Stayed up all night, finally got to go to bed, went to sleep. And then when he woke up, he found that George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and who else? I think that was it. All of them were dead. Oh, Genji was also dead. He died earlier. And then it's assumed that Kraus is dead. And that's it? And then, of course, freaking Erika using Red to announce her authority to beat a detective and all that. Oh man, that's so... I hate that so much. But yeah, there was that, and then, oh no, I forgot to put my gold on. I wasn't all decked out. I was actually tabbed into something else. There was that. And then, Gap started hiding the body. Not sure how that was pulled off. A mystery man called Natsui told her to go hide somewhere later, and then for an hour, if she's not found, then he'll release Kraus. But I don't know. It seems like both Lambda and Burn are like working together. Like, Burn says she's on the side of the humans, but I completely doubt that. It seems more like they're both working together just to mess with Battler and Beto's like entire game board. They don't care about anything actually being done. Games. Other than having fun, I suppose. Because they have Lambda, like, pretending to be the guy, just making up a voice talking to Natsui from outside the game board. That doesn't seem like it should be allowed. And then, yeah, Burn's doing the same thing, but, like, acting through her own, acting through Erika. Oop. Hoping the music would still go, but we're just about ready to start anyway. 10 wedges to pierce witches. Guess we'll continue seeing how things go. Natsui's been running around, avoiding getting people to go to the study. Oh, and then I came with a thought that... Because, before we started, before everything, we saw that Erika was accusing Natsui of being the culprit. But that can't be true at all with everything that's happening, right? They gone around, they all been together, they've been looking at the bodies. The body's been missing. Gone missing. Nothing feels like it could actually be her. So I feel like either she's saying that to maybe try luring out the actual culprit, which I highly doubt, or she just actually believes that Natsui could be the culprit, and I think maybe because she's the only one with the keys that can go to the study. And when they're about to go in there, so they're gonna see that Shinzo isn't there at all. I'm probably gonna use that as evidence against Natsui. And that leads into me thinking, or like my reasoning for why I think that Lambda and Burn are like actually working together in this game here. And then Battler's gonna have to try to figure out and solve like how they are or something. I don't know. Anyway, let me drink some tea real quick. I got some more green tea with like a couple lemon slices in there. It was good last time. Still a bit warm, but very... Alright. Continue. See how much of this I can get through. Father, it's Natsui. And here's Eva going in and mashing on the door, dude. I had this lollipop that I was gonna start eating, but maybe not. Maybe we'll save that for later. Where'd I put the freaking wrapper? I unwrapped it. Put the wrapper to the... Oh well, whatever. Why isn't it? Eva pushed Natsui aside and knocked repeatedly with all of her strength. Probably tear down the door, goddamn.
機嫌をまた損ねられているのかもしれませんな。金蔵さんは時にほんのわずかの変化であってもそれに吉凶を感じ、本人以外には預かり知れぬ理由で機嫌を損ねたりします。
そうですわね。こういうのは何も今日だけに限ったことじゃありませんものね。
じい様ってそこまで書斎に閉じこもってんのか？
はい、1ヶ月以上も書斎を出られないことも珍しくはありませんので。
ここだけの話、勤めている私でさえ親方様がいらっしゃられることを忘れることがあります。
ゴーダ、使用人にあるまじき発言ですよ。
失礼しました奥様。誠に失礼しました。
So rude.
とにかく連絡が取れるのはまずいんとちゃうか。 下手したらお父さん事件が起こってることさえ知らんのやで。
さあ、
Keenly noticing that people were starting to doubt Kenzo's existence, Kenon mumbled his words.
最後にお父様に会ったのは誰？
Oh, that was Natsui. Oh no.
いつ？
私です。昨夜バトラ君が黄金を見つけたと騒ぎになる直前までお父様の書斎で一日の報告をしておりました。
昨夜の23時頃ですね。
Oh, I hate that look.
やむを得ねえ。ここは開こう。
なんですって？ここは当主様の大切な書斎であり、許可なく犯すなど誰にも許されませんよ。
ここにいる最高序列者は誰？私よ。
Oh, isn't that technically Battler?
後
He's
ろ
the
宮
head
家
now.
序列第3位のこの私。もし開けてお父様にお叱りを受けるなら、それもまた最高序列者の役割よ。緊急事態につき、ここを開けるわ。鍵あるんでしょ？開けなさい。
ご存知とは思いますが、書斎の扉はマスターキーでは開きません。
最近は源氏様からも鍵をお取り上げになられ、2本の鍵はすべて親方様がご自身でお持ちになっておられました。
Nice cover.
ですので
この扉を開ける2本の鍵が全て書斎の内側にあるってわけか。
密室。グッド。
What do you mean good? You were going on about how no locked rooms can exist. That you hated him.
やっと少し面白くなりました。これで書斎の中で金蔵さんがベッドで首を切られて死んでいたら、なかなか面白いですね。
不謹慎が過ぎますよ、エリカさん。とにかくお分かりの通り、この扉はお父様が持つ鍵でしか開きません。つまり外からお父様に接触することは殺人犯であっても不可能ということです。ですから当主様が無事であるのは間違いありません。
だからってお父様の安否を確かめなくていいって論法にはならないでしょ。あなた尊敬するお父様の無事をそんなに確かめたくないの？
そういうわけでは。
Oh man, the atmosphere, which had been so agitated a second ago, suddenly went cold. And an eerie feeling filled the room as everyone stared at Natsui. They could understand why Natsui would protect the study under normal circumstances. It was understood that she probably didn't want to disturb the research of Kinzo, whom she respected, and she was therefore trying to keep the unpleasant relatives away. However, this was an emergency. People had been murdered. Natsui's persistence in keeping things quiet for Kinzo, even in a situation like this, was hard to understand from a rational perspective.
今この島で起こっている殺人事件は、おそらく碑文をなぞる見立て殺人になると思われます。事件は続くものと考えるのが妥当でしょう。あの碑文を見立て殺人だとして見直すなら、さらに事件は続き、合計で13人の命が奪われる計算になります。13人という犠牲者がどれほどの人数かご存知。
おいおい、この島に何人いると思ってんだ。そのほとんどってことじゃねえか。
ノンノン、違います。私の知る限り、ミステリー誌で最も死者が出る連続殺人は、犯人も含めて全員が死亡したイギリスの某作品の10人です。日本ミステリー界
Including
で
the
は
culprit.
先生術師が探偵役を務めたあの作品かと。まあこっちは10人未満ですが。知ってました？このまま13人死ぬと世界ミステリー史で最悪の快挙、最高の名誉
Get over yourself.
13人連続殺人事件が完成するんですよ。それどころか、もしこの島の全員を殺してしまったら、なんと世界最高の連続殺人ミステリーと日本最高の連続殺人ミステリーを足したよりも多い歴史的快挙の連続殺人ミステリーが起こってしまうことになるかも。
Bro.
ねえ、知ってました？皆様方。 この事件の犯人、全世界全歴史のミステリーを塗り替えかねないとんでもない挑戦をしてるんですよ。もちろんそんなの皆様方はとっくに気づいてましたよね。推理好きならミステリーの女王の作品は必読。さらに日本人なら新本格ミステリーくらいは読破してて当然ですから。皆さん本当に読書足りてます？
Dude.
ダメだな。
Oh?
へえ。
ならお前もまだ読書が足りてねえぜ。
Oh.
何か私間違いを言いました？
Erika, who had been chatting away happily all by herself up until a second ago, changed her expression into a displeased glare in an instant.
日本ミステリー界の話だが、新本格よりも先に新下作派の一人が別の作品を書き上げているぜ。
Oh?
人数同じじゃないですか。
Oh?
記録はタイでも読者に犯人探しをさせた作品だってことに注目すれば、こっちの方がよほど的確な例えだ。あんたくらい博識なら単なる死体の数だけじゃなく作品の傾向を照らし合わせてあげるべきじゃなかったのかい？
Dude, that face. Oh yeah. Erika glared at Butler with an expression that couldn't be fully described with the word shock. And her arms shook as she stood there, a loss for words. Landa's enjoying that.
何これダサい、超ウケる。まあ仕方ないわよね。新本格の方がミステリーとしての知名度は高いもんね。新下作派の中に推理物があったなんてうっかり見落としちゃうわよね。
Delta kept on hitting the table with both hands, overcome with laughter. Even Birkenstow, who had been enduring the humiliation, suddenly snorted and started pounding the table, laughing in the same way. Really?
面白い、おもけやるじゃない、バトラのコマ。
Breaking the room, dude.
尊敬します。バトラさんって結構読んでますね。
Loves reading.
本読まねえよ。全然な。
Damn, got told off by a guy who doesn't even read.
嘘ばっかり。かなり博識じゃないですか。
本を読んでるなんて答えそうなこと。本を読んでるってのはな、うかつに口にしていいことじゃねえんだぜ。
コマの文才って。
とにかくやな、そんな大事件に発展させるわけにはいかんで。
そうだな。とにかく今は親父の安否を確認するのが最優先だ。しかしどうする？電話もノックも無視、鍵は内側。これじゃお手上げだ。この分厚い扉をぶち破るのか？そいつは難儀な話だぜ。
ひょっとするとお父様は何者かに襲われて大怪我をしていて、この非常時だもの。お父様だって分かってくださるわ。それで叱責があるようなら私が甘んじて受けようじゃない。
しかし扉を破るなどあまりに無礼な。
窓は？
そうです。窓です。3階の窓まで届くはしごか何かはありませんか？窓を破れば中に入れるはずです。
Erika finally gathered herself together, and her tone regained its decisive edge.
3階の窓なんて
Not over that fast, huh?
危険でございますよ。
やってみなけりゃわからねえさ。3階まで届くはしごはねえのか？
園芸倉庫のはしごにはそこまでの長さはないかと。
ああ、ならボイラー室のはしごはどうです
Oh, look
か？
at Goda being so helpful.
以前雨どいの上に鳥が巣を作った時、 それを使った覚えが。ええ、あれなら届きますとも間違いありません。
He must have been extremely happy thinking about something Kenan hadn't. Oh man, if only he was in on the whole Kinzo thing, he would have suggested that. Looking pleased with himself as though he had won something, he glanced around at everyone. He probably hoping that Natsui would praise him, but she quickly avoided his gaze. Of course, Kenan had known about that ladder too. However, in order to protect Kinzo's secret, he had intentionally pretended he had forgotten.
この天気ですし、風も強いです。いくらなんでも危険では。
同感だ。大怪我をしても明日までは病院にも行けないのですぞ。
中庭なら風の影響が少ないかもしれないわ。とりあえず様子を見てみる価値はあると思うけど。いやー、しかし3階までとなるとなかなかにこれが大変。鳥の巣の片付けの時もほとんどの使用人たちが尻込みしてしまい。
Pagoda's strong, he can do it.
それをこの超ゴーダが体力を買って出て見事に果たしたんです。
Being so helpful, dude.
よし、何の問題もないで。何しろ届くはしごに
実績のある人間もいるんだし。はい。
Oh, Natsui glaring at him or something? Or he just realized what he just offered to do. Because the courtyard was surrounded on all four sides while the rain was fierce, the wind had almost no effect. Fortunately, the roof jutted out a bit, so even the rain wasn't so bad. Rudolph and Battler carried a special ladder which was designed to work on high places. The two umbrellas followed the pair. Jenna and Cannon were holding umbrellas and sheltering Rudolph and Battler from the rain. Oda rushed up to replace Shannon and Cannon. Kirei giggled as she watched him.
Oh, Battler. お前、アスレチックは好きか？
アスレチックより日曜大工頑張るかっこいい親父が好きだぜ。
Who is this? This is the Battler.
こいつ。やれやれ。たまには息子の前でいいとこ見せてみるか。バトラー、ゴーダさん、はしごしっかり押さえててくれよ。あと、ちゃんと上を見てろよ。俺が手を滑らせて。この金槌を落っことしちまうかもしれねえからな。
安心しろよ。キャッチして親父の頭をかち割ってやるぜ。
Rudolph put the hammer meant for breaking the window into his pocket. Then, after cracking his knuckles, he started climbing the ladder. He'll be fine. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Oh yeah? What kind of sports? Oh! Dude, sick animation. Oh, he likes skating?
なんだかんだ死なないから大丈夫よ。
He never dies. Oh, if only you'd known the past few things. What is that reference to? This, which is talking about the novels, I get to. Genre Japanese mystery novels intended as pure logical puzzles to be solved by the reader, taking inspiration from the works of Golden Age detective fiction and ideas of S.S. Van Dyne. The rise of the New Orthodox movement, which revived and revolutionized the genre of orthodox detective fiction in Japan, can be attributed to Yamada Shoji's The Tokyo Zodiac Murders. In 1981, and Ayasuji Yokido's seminal work, The Sekagon House Murders, in 1987. Shin Honkaku is the third wave of detective fiction in Japan, preceded decades earlier by less well-known works such as The Case of the Murder on D Hill, Edogawa Rampo, 1925, and The Non-Serial Murder Case, Sakaguchi Ango, 1949. The latter was part of an earlier movement known as Shin Gasaku New Burlesque, which bucked the trends of pre-war Japanese. And Ina Brower never dies. Ina Brower was a champion German figure skater whose name was associated with a move in figure skating that became famous in Japan. However, the reference goes deeper than this. Rudolph's voice actor, Yomada Yukiya, was the Japanese dub voice for Jack Brewer in the TV series 24. He Never Dies is a reference to one of a number of comedic Japanese TV commercials for 24 in which Oyama Rikiya sings, "I am Jack Brewer, always in danger. I am Jack Brewer, I never die." So she's like the freaking fourth wall reference there happening pretty much. That's pretty funny. Right. Almost drink the lemon slice, dude. I like that. I like these little like green tips that we get. They have some cool information in them.
それより鎧戸が降りてなくて幸運だったわ。お父様の書斎では夜鎧戸を下ろす習慣はないの？
Yeah, why isn't that?
いえ、お部屋に入ることが許されている時には朝と夜に開け閉めをいたします。
ただここしばらくは不要とのことでしたので開けっぱなしになっていたと思います。
なるほど。お父様はお怒りになるわよね。お休み中に息子が窓を割って入ってきた。
それはおそらく
窓を割らずに済むというのね。
Both Shannon and Cannon knew that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. Natsui had ordered them to interfere as much as possible. But now that it had come to this, there was nothing the two of them could do. They had tried to interfere by pretending that they didn't know about the ladder that could reach up to the third floor window. But Goda messed everything up! But because of Goda showing off, that ladder had been found. Rudolph carefully climbed the ladder. He would reach the third floor window very soon. As he did this, Shannon and Cannon stared at him, looking uneasy. What would happen after this? The two of them, who met him, to the master. Very soon, Rudolph would reach the window.
この部屋の結界ももはやこれまでか。
城壁を乗り越えようと兵がよじ登ってくるぞ。まさに落城は目前というところよ。私にいつでも消え去る覚悟はできておるぞ。
そうはいかぬ。泥をすすってでも生き延びてもらわねばならぬでな。後のことは考える。今はここを逃れよ。
とはいえ、どうし廊下には未だエヴァたちが陣取り、窓にはルドルフが迫っている。
Oh, they have. So not everyone is out in the courtyard. Just Shannon, Cannon, Goda, Kyrie, Rudolph, and Battler. Everyone else is out in the hallway?
扉にも窓にも退路はないぞ。
ならば、ベッドの下に隠れ潜むもありか。
It's coming true! Gonna finally be hiding under the bed.
私には玉座にて待ち受けることさえ許されぬのか。
そなたの人生ならばそれも潔し。しかし今のそなたはわらわと夏日に生かされる亡霊よ。 亡霊は亡霊らしく、ベッドの下かクローゼットに潜むと相場が決まっておるわ。
その程度のことで奴らの目を欺けるのか。
Maybe they might conveniently forget to check under the bed.
やれや
大丈夫、私がついてるわ。最後の瞬間には私があんたを脱出させる。
危険だ。悪魔とて半魔法の毒素に焼かれればただでは済むまい。
Oh, I'm sure she'll be fine.
大丈夫よ。それに私、そのくらいヤバくないと
We'll stitches.
ドキドキしないのよ。
頼もしい。わかった。私はベッドの下に隠れる。
He's actually going under the bed.
お嬢さん、ルドルフがもうじきまだ。
が、気が変わった。わらわがここを守る。
Really?
そなたはロノウェと身を隠せ。
なんですって。話が違います。ここはガープに任せ、お嬢様は避難されることになっていたはずです。
Even though Renov should have been used to her fickleness, this surprised him for the first time in a long while. Though Beito was the powerful queen, she was also an important piece that should not be exposed to danger. Though she was strong, running in the front lines without any plan would not be a praiseworthy move.
何の気まぐれ？
ただの気まぐれだ。そなたに任せて紅茶をすすってられるほど、わらわは退屈を愛してはおらぬのでな。早速暴れてみたくなっただけだ。
わかったわ。あなたのゲームだもの。あなたの好きにするといいわ。私は決した第一の番の死体が暴かれることがないよう、しっかり見張っていることにする。
Where did she put them?
そなたの見せ場を奪って。
Where did they go?
よろしいのですか、お嬢様。
わらわは目立つのが三度の飯より好きであることはそなたも知っておろうが、ガープの出番も食ってしまっただけだ。気にするでない。
Nove and Gap were both silent. Two of them had already noticed. Lady Birkenstow, who used Furudo Erika as a piece, was a terrifying opponent. This fight would probably be terrifying as well. Beito couldn't expose Gap, her friend, to this danger. Beito bluffed and said that this wasn't the case, but Renove and Gap had already figured it out. Therefore, after confirming Beito's resolve one last time and seeing that she was completely firm in her decision, they nodded in silence and accepted it.
わかったわ。この場はあなたに任す。応援してるわ。気をつけて。
わらわの活躍を存分に見守るがよかろう。
おそらくベルンカステル卿は金蔵の不在を密室議論からカンパしてくるでしょう。密室での戦いは本来ガープの方が得意とします。クイーンは広い場所で戦ってこその支配者です。楽な戦いにはなりませんぞ。
百も承知。わらわは今その夏日の危機をガープに任せて高みの見物ではわらわの筋も通らぬわ。
かしこまりました。ご武運。
気をつけて。完全に密室にされたら私たちも助けに入れないのよ。
ちょいと鼻であしらい、やばくなったら金蔵をひっつかんで逃げ出すだけだ。簡単なものよ。扉に窓に過去に未来にいくらでも逃げ出す場所はあるわ。密室になどさせるものか。
姿はなくともすぐ近くで応援してるわ。頑張って。
Gap and Renove became a swarm of gold butterflies and disappeared. Kinzo melted into darkness beneath the bed. He's staying there? Then, Beito also became a swarm of gold butterflies and melted away inside the study. After that, all figures and signs of life had disappeared from the study, and it once more regained a silence. Gained a silence as though no one had been there from the beginning. No one was. Then Rudolph's outline slipped into view from beyond the window's curtain. See a cool animation again? Oh yeah. As he yelled, he hit the window. His foothold was so uncertain that just hitting the window felt life-threatening. But of course, this was Rudolph, the show-off. Deciding that he couldn't show himself up with so many people watching from below, he suppressed the fear from being so high up. And boldly knocked on the window.
じいさまめ、聞こえてねえのか。
どうでしょう。金槌を落とさないでくれると嬉しいのですが。
何秒経った？
窓を叩いてから今。
やっぱり割るのですか？その親方様が大層お怒りに。
その怒りを受けるのは自分の役目と豪語してくださる方がいるから大丈夫よ。
Yeah, just Eva will take that fall, that blame. It's fine.
十分よ。やって。
おう、親父め。割った後で文句言うんじゃねえぜ。
He hit it several times, and eventually, a fist-sized hole opened up in the glass. Because of his unstable footing, this took a lot of effort. Using the end of the hammer skillfully, he brushed aside the now fractured bits of glass and opened the hole further. Thought? Oh, howdy, DBZ. What, you have a thought? You're asking my thought on something? He's getting colder and colder. Colder, ever colder. Oh, thoughts on the game? What, this game? The story? Well, I like it quite a bit. It's a very interesting mystery that's going on. Like, I'm already 5 episodes in. Like, a bit over halfway now. I wouldn't keep, going through this if I didn't like it, yeah? Using the ending hammer skillfully, he brushed aside the now fractured bits of glass and opened the hole further. Took his hand through it and unlocked the window. Then, after a hard struggle, he somehow managed to open the window and his body slipped through the study. After that, he flopped onto the floor, using his entire body to enjoy the relief of having a ground under him. Picture the painting, huh? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Kinzo's study was a small villa he had created inside the mansion. A study, a book archive, a place to sleep, and a bathroom and a washroom. It was divided into multiple rooms. Indeed, with all this at your fingertips, it wouldn't be hard to spend your days in the study without ever leaving at all. I wish I had a room like that. The bed was empty. There were marks on it, which made it seem as though someone had slipped out. But there was no one in sight. The bed was warm? Oh, he was checking for heat, alright. Rudolph tried placing his hand on the bed, but he couldn't feel any heat at all. Not only was there no heat, it felt completely ice cold. And the bed wasn't the only thing that was ice cold. The air inside the room, even the presence about it. If that's the right word for it. Even that felt ice cold. To Rudolph, it felt as though Kinzo had slipped out of the room a long time ago. Wrinkles in the bed. Slight angle of the chair. Here and there were many marks that would doubtlessly have been cleaned or fixed up if someone had come in to make the beds. That placed it in the same general time period as the brutal series of murders. It didn't seem possible to say that Kinzo's absence was completely unrelated to the crime. Having reached a dead end for now, Rudolph leaned out the window and told Kiri and the others in the courtyard to come back up since he was going to unlock the door. Then he pushed a button on the study desk and released the door's auto lock. Come in, investigate, see Kinzo's gone, and then what? See that the keys aren't actually in this room at all? But they could also just assume that Kinzo took the keys with him wherever he might have gone to. Missed that part. There was a heavy plunking sound and Natsui and the rest dashed in immediately.
親父じゃなくて悪いな。開けたのは俺だ。
金蔵さんはいらっしゃいましたか？
いいや、ベッドを抜け出した後はあったが、いつ頃抜け出したのかもはっきりしねえ。
Oh, that should be trivial for you, right? You should be able to solve it.
最後に会ったのは夏日姉さんよね。昨夜の11時頃。それ以降に書斎を抜け出してどこかへ行ってしまったということなのかしら。
それはでもお父様は気まぐれな方。唐突に夢で啓示を受けたと言い出して深夜に起き出してお屋敷の中を歩き回るようなこともよくありました。そうですよね、南條先生。
Getting Namjo to agree with this.
そういうこともありましたな。とにかくその気まぐれな方だ。なあ、熊沢さん。
Oh man, you're making yourself sound more suspicious by going around like this.
そうですわね。何かおかしな夢でも見て寝床を抜け出したのかもしれませんね。よくあることでございますとも。ええ。
じゃあ抜け出してどこに行ったっちゅ
うんや。
お父さん、ひょっとして事件に巻き込まれた可能性も高いんとちゃうんか。
ほらね、お父様の安否を確かめるべきだったでしょ。この部屋にいないとは限らないわ。ひょっとすると犯人に縛られてクローゼットの中に閉じ込められているということもあるかもしれない。
ですね。探しましょう。
当主様の大切な書斎ですよ。みだりに物に触れないように。
ああ、そうだ。犯人さんに申し上げておきます。
Announcement for the guilty party. Natsui heard this said right out in front of her. Her heart froze. Erika had only just happened to be standing right in front of Natsui when she said it. She had directed her words to the room at large. She hadn't been speaking to Natsui in particular. We turned her back on Erika, trying to make it so that her faltering expression wasn't noticed.
私、記憶力は写真並みです。
Yeah, of course it is. Alright, sure. You have everything. You're so perfect.
何かの証拠を隠蔽しようとして現場を改ざんすればすぐにわかります。こんなところでボロを出して私を失望させないでください。フーダニットが犯人のボロや出現で特定できるミステリーなんて三流だと思いません？
何を言っているのか分かりかねますが、不謹慎な発言は慎むように。お父様、いらっしゃいませんか？お返事をしてください。
Yui started walking around and calling out in a loud voice, refusing to let Erika say any more. There was a knock. Yuri and others had gone down in the courtyard and returned.
やっぱりお父様はいない？
どっかに踏んじばられて閉じ込められてるかもね。それを探すところだ。
よくこんなところにいつまでも閉じこもっていられるもんだぜ。
諦めよう、姉さん。もうなるようにしかならない。
奥様はどうなさるつもりかしら。
Oh, but she's starting to panic.
自分でついてきた嘘のつけさ。
運命。
Oh, hey.
神様に委ねましょう。
Many people trapezed around Kinzo's vast study, looking here and there, inside the closet and in the bathtub, even in the refrigerator and under the study desk. They looked everywhere, almost as though they were it in a game of hide and seek. However, not only were they unable to spot Kinzo, they couldn't even find a single suspicious mark.
当主様がお留守であることはもう十分です。これ以上当主様の大切な書斎を荒らさないように。
そうですよ、そうですよ。親方様は勝手に物を動かされるのを何より嫌いますからね。
お父様の姿はどこにもないわ。やっぱり事件に巻き込まれたのかしら。
そうと決めつけるわけにもいきませんが。
Until we averted our gaze once more.
大丈夫だ、夏日。
まさに背水の陣というところですね。万一書斎に踏み込まれた時にはどこかへ散歩にでも行っているのだろうとごまかすつもりでいました。しかし、
殺人が起こり大勢が殺された屋敷内をのんびり真夜中の散歩としゃれ込んでいた。で、私ならばむしろ本当にやりかねん。
こらこら金蔵、おとなしくベッドの下に隠れておれ。
They still haven't checked under the bed?
大丈夫だ、夏日。落ち着くがよい。いるものをいるとは断じれようが、いないものをいないとは断じれぬ。すなわち、人間の世界はいようといまいといることのできる世界なのだ。そのいることのできる影こそが我ら魔女の悪魔の世界。
悪魔の証明ですね。
だから安心するがよい。悪魔の力がそなたを絶対に守るぞ。
お父様と夫の名誉が守れるなら、私はこの身を悪魔に捧げようとも構いません。
良い覚悟だ。案ずるな。絶対に金蔵は殺させぬ。
At that moment, a dry sound suddenly rang out twice. Becca had clapped her hands, seeking everyone's attention. Yeah. Though such an action should have been above a guest's place, for some reason it already felt natural, like a natural right of hers. After all, she was the detective.
これでもう十分と思います。
Ow. I don't know how audible that was. I just bit into the lollipop I was eating.
この書斎に後宮金蔵さんの姿はありません。
ああ、隠れられる場所はすべて探したぜ。
Not under the bed yet, apparently.
親父の姿はない。
そして不審なものも何も見つけられなかったわ。
ええ、何も見つけられませんでした。
Erika said it again. They hadn't been able to discover anything.
ならこの部屋にいつまでも長居するべきではありません。これほどの大勢で書斎を物色したなど、当主様が知られたらどれほどお怒りになられることか。エヴァさん、あなたは責任を取られる覚悟があるとおっしゃいましたね。生涯絶縁されるくらいの覚悟は終わりなのでしょうね。
That's a insane thing to say, I think.
それを決めていいのはお父様ご自身だわ。あんたが決めることじゃないわよ。
お静かに。状況を整理したいと思います。昨夜の23時に最後にこの部屋で金蔵さんにお会いになられたのは夏日さんですね。それをどなたか証明できますか？
証明？
ええ、そうです。だって夏日さんが本当に昨夜の23時にここを訪れたかどうかは夏日さんしか自称していません。金蔵さんが昨夜確かに夏日さんがやってきたと証明してくれればいいのですが、その肝心の金蔵さんがおられませんので。
アリバイはミステリーの基本ってわけ。
ええ、そうです。アリバイは大事です。どうせ推理の役にはほとんど立たないのですが、その辺の重箱をつつかないといけないとお作法で決まってますので。
昨夜の殺人のアリバイ探しなんてやってもないくせに、じい様の失踪についてだけはアリバイ探しをするのかよ。本当に気まぐれなやつだぜ。
あ、ご安心を。もちろん 第1の晩の殺人についても後みっちりとアリバイについて全員に確認させていただきますので、こうご期待を。それでどなたか夏日さんが23時にここを訪れたことを証明はできませんか？できなければ夏日さんが最終目撃者であることから疑わなければなりませんが。
私が信用できないというのですか？
いえいえ、むしろ逆です。あなたには犯人であってほしくないんです。
I don't know if I believe that.
だってすっごくつまらないじゃないですか。一番怪しい人物が本当に犯人だったなんて三流ミステリーの極みです。
夏日さんが怪しい。待ってくれ。どうしてそういう論法になるんだね。
そうですとも。奥様が怪しいなど出現にも程があります。
静かに。南條先生、ゴーダ、ありがとう。エリカさん、それだけの無礼な発言をなさるに足る根拠はおありなんでしょうね。
すっごいシンプルで嫌なんですけどね。テレビドラマレベルの根拠で恐縮ですが、それでもよければ。
聞かせてもらおうじゃない。
Battler glared at her. A cold expression rose to Erika's face for an instant. But it was only for an instant. After smiling peacefully and gazing around at everyone, she started to talk. He looked just like the main characters in a play. Or the main character in a play, who had come out onto her center stage bathed in spotlight. He loves attention.
殺人が起こって大騒ぎになった時のことを思い出してください。事件のことを金蔵さんに伝えたいけれど、いくら電話しても出てくれない。その時のことです。
とにかく連絡が取れんのはまずいとちゃうか。下手したらお父さん事件が起こってることさえ知らんのやで。
さあ、どうでしょう。
Only noticing that people were starting to doubt Kinzo's existence, Kenan mumbled his words.
最後にお父様に会ったのは誰？いつ？
私です。昨夜バトラ君が黄金を見つけたと騒ぎになる直前までお父様の書斎で一日の報告をしておりました。
昨夜の23時頃ですね。
Erika chuckled significantly.
それが何だというのですか？バカバカしい。
多分キリエさんも狙って振ったんだと思います。そうですね。振ったとはどういう意味でしょうか。
ひょっとすると誰か引っかかるかと
思って。そうですね。ありがとうキリエさん。実はあの発言はあなたがなさらなければ私がするつもりでおりました。
最後に親方様に会ったのは誰かという質問にそんなにも意味があるというんですか？
はい、状況的に考えて最後に会ったのは誰という質問に対し、夏日さんが私ですと即答するのはとても不自然なんです。
Because how would you know if you were the last person or not?
どうしてですか？奥様は包み隠さず真実を。
静かに。それがどう不自然だというのですか？
どうしてあなたは23時以降金蔵さんが誰とも会わないと確信できるのですか？
それはお休みになられたのを見届けたからです。普通に考えればその後朝までお休みになられ誰とも会われないだろうと考えるのは自然なことです。
状況的に考えて最終目撃者は何かの関与を疑われかねませんでした。普通の人間なら夏日さんと同じ立場だった時は最後に会ったのは私です、23時に会いましたとは言いませんですね、キリエさん。
ええ、そうよ。普通の人間だったなら23時に会ったのは私です。しかし私が最後に会った人間かどうかは分かりません。
Alright, yeah.
になるわ。
It all makes sense.
最終目撃者だと名乗ることは普通困難なんです。 自分が目撃した後に誰も目撃できないと確信できる理由をご存知でない限り、三流ミステリーですと最終目撃者は大抵犯人で、自分が殺したのだからその後には誰とも会えるわけがないと、こういう論法で進むわけですが。
そんなのちょっとした言葉の言い違いではありませんか。そんなに目くじらを立てて取り立てるほど。
そうだそうだ、そんなのは揚げ足取りだ。そんな言葉尻だけで夏日さんを疑うのはちょっと早とちりなんじゃないかね。
それに誰も目撃できないと確信できる理由とあなたはおっしゃいますが、それももちろんあるではありませんか。奥様は親方様がお休みになるところを見届けられてから退出されたのです。常識的に考えて翌朝まで誰とも会わないだろうと考えるのは自然なことです。
Solid arguments? What do you have to say about that?
それが全然自然なことじゃないんです。
And why not?
夏日さん、南條先生、そして熊沢さんの3人がついさっきこう証言されました。これもどうぞ思い出してください。
最後に会ったのは夏日姉さんよね。昨夜の11時頃。それ以降に書斎を抜け出してどこ
Oh, they mentioned that he could have slipped out.
それはでもお父様は気まぐれな方。唐突に夢で啓示を受けたと言い出して深夜に起き出して。
Which brings into question how she was so sure that she was the last one to see him again.
そうですよね、南條先生。
とにかくなあ。
そうですわ。何か
I don't need to rewatch the whole scene, I get it.
よくあるこ
ああ、じい様が深夜に突然寝床を抜け出すこともよくあったと証言してるな。
グッとバトラさん、なかなかの記憶力です。つまり夏日さんをはじめとした後ろ宮本家の方々は、金蔵さんが深夜に気まぐれに起き出して徘徊する可能性があり得ることをよくご存知でした。そしてそれはよくあることだと認識されていました。
おかしいじゃない。お父様がよく夜中に徘徊することがあると知っていながら、朝まで寝床を絶対に抜け出さないなんて確信できるわけがないわ。ねえ。
確かに三流ミステリーだな。よくラストの5分で犯人がいつから自分が犯人だと分かってたのかと聞くと、探偵が答えそうなシチュエーションだ。
ですよね。だからげんなりしてます。これで本当に夏日さんが犯人だったらお茶の間ミステリー以下ですから。
Stop going on about your mysteries, dude.
夏日さんの疑いを真っ先に晴らしたいんです。このミステリーが三流じゃないってことを一番最初に確かめたくて。
焦ることはないぞ夏日。探偵気取りお得意の言葉遊びよ。だからなんだというのか。この発言だけでそなたをどう追い詰められるというのか。地獄の法廷とて陪審員の悪魔たちは全員そなたの無罪に投じるわ。だからうろたえず落ち着くのだ。
確かにそういう風に言われりゃ夏日おばさんが不審そうにも見えるさ。だが俺にはただの揚げ足取りにしか聞こえねえぜ。
でも怪しいわ。夏日姉さんが何かを隠してるかもしれないと疑うきっかけには十分だと思うけれど。
全くの言いがかりです。それに卑怯ですよ、エヴァさん。私が23時に確かにここにいたことは他ならぬあなたが証明できるではありませんか。
そうなんですか、エヴァさん。
あら、そうだったかしら。
Oh?
ごめんなさいね。何しろあの時は黄金が見つかったと気が動転していたから。今の今まで夏日姉さんに会ったの。
Oh, I'm sure it was very convenient for you to lose that memory for a while, huh?
エヴァさんが夏日さんが23時の目撃者であることを証明できるのですね。
残念なことに
Unfortunately.
夏日姉さんの言い分を一部は認めることができるわ。この部屋から出てきたということだけはね。
何が言いたいのですか？
私が言いたいのはこういうことよ。いいえ、ずっと前から言いたかったの。こんな悲惨な殺人事件の真っ最中にこんなことを言い出すのは本当に場違いだと分かっているけれど、今がちょうどいいタイミングだから言わせてちょうだい。
Oh yeah.
分かってるわよね、夏日姉さん。
The servants gulped and held their breaths. It seemed that they hadn't been able to hide it, after all. In the middle of this heavy silence, Eva fingered her trump card and Natsui pretended to be calm. While space and time grew as heavy as lead and swallowed up everything.
金蔵さんっていつからいらっしゃられないんですか？
Erika's words, spoken almost casually, tore the atmosphere to pieces like shattered glass.
はっきり言うと、俺たちは今年はおろか、去年の親族会議でさえあっちゃ。
そうや、わしらは去年の時点から疑っとった。息子たちが殺されたこんな時にこんなことを追求するのは場違いかもしれんとは思っとる。だがひょっとしたら事件と関係があるかもしれんから今追及させてもらうで。
夏日姉さんたちにはお父さんの死を隠す動機があり得るの。お父さんの財産を横領しているかもしれない嫌疑よ。
Coming straight back to this whole
も
lake.
しお父様が死ねば財産分配のために調査が行われ、だからあんたはお父様がすでに亡くなっているのを隠しているのよ。
なるほど、ホワイトニットは十分というわけですか。ますますにもって三流です。はあ、つまらない。
Oh my lord.
何を言っているのかわかりません。私は当主様の死を隠していると、そんな暴言断じて許せません。
そうですとも、奥様だけでなく日頃から他の使用人たちも親方様のお世話をし、その姿を見ていますとも。
Oh, but have you go
ジェ
to?
ンさんやシャノンさんやカノン君や南條先生に熊沢さんだってよくお会いしている。私は信頼がないのか、昨年からずっと姿をお見かけしていますが。
黙りなさい、ゴーダ。
申し訳ございません。
夏日さん以外の目撃者はすべて雇用関係にある使用人だけではありませんか。金を握らせて口裏を合わせたなんて、はあ、本当に三流。くだらない、がっかりですよ、夏日さん。だからもう断じてしまおうと思います。
何をですか？
後宮金蔵さん。
何か招かれ
Talking to Kinzo directly?
あなたは存在してい
Oh,
ません
good.
ね。遺産問題であなたの死を知られたくない人間たちによってその死を隠蔽された。亡霊は亡霊らしく、とっとと現世を立ち去るべきです。初めてお会いしたのにご挨拶もまだでしたね。はじめまして、こんにちは。そしてさようなら。
Ato's pipe. Oh. Stopped mere millimeters from Erika's face, so close that you could just barely have been able to wedge a single sheet of paper between them.
そしてこんにちはだ。後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師黄金のベアトリーチ、そなたの喧嘩ここよりはわらわが買い取ろうぞ。
どうもはじめまして。このゲームの探偵フルドエリカです。よろしくお見知りおきを。そしてこれからさようなら。
Come on, Beto. You can do something, right?
ベルンカステル教の駒であるか。たやつとは結局 満足に戦えなくて残念だった。今度こそ手合わせできて嬉しいぞ、ベルンカステル教の駒。
我が主は全能にして万能。間抜けならあなたとは比べ物になりません。どうかよろしくお手合わせを。
冷静よの。こうして魔女が登場して、これから魔法やファンタジーで戦おうというのにな。バトラ程度ならこんなのミステリーじゃないって泣き
ああ、ミステリーでも最近はそういう異世界もポピュラーですので。メタ的な空間から安楽室に座って推理を行う探偵さん、あなたはご存知で？
Detective who reasons from an armchair at a metal expert.
時代交渉をわきまえよ。その作家のデビューは来年だ。
魔女のくせに細かいこと気にしますね。
魔女と対等のつもりか。うぬぼれるな、この人間風情が。
It'll snap their fingers and something bounced around the room at terrifying speeds. Oh, the stake? Witch's stake? The witch's wedge, which contained the power of the blue truth within it. Of course, a mere human like Erika couldn't follow its terrible speed with her eyes. Erika understood this, so she didn't attempt to look every which way, stupidly trying to spot it. Good effects. With a terrible sound, Lucifer's blue stake buried itself into Erika's right collarbone. It shot all the way through and out her back. Spinning as she rebounded off the walls, Lucifer landed in front of Beto and disappeared, laughing shrilly. Erika wasn't blown back. However, a blue wedge was stuck deeply into her. Using blue truth, though?
では、ご考説を賜ります。
23時、夏日が金蔵に出会った可能性を否定はできぬ。その後、そなたらが書斎に押し入るまでの6時間以上もの間、金蔵はいくらでもこの書斎を抜け出す余地があった。以上に、金蔵が存在しないと、そなたに断言はできぬわ。
Beto announced that, with an expression worthy of her title as a witch. Erika, on the other hand, was silent. Was she too shocked to speak? There was no anguish in her expression. She was just quietly listening to Beto's blue truth. No, judging by her disdainful expression, it would probably be more appropriate to say that Beto's words went in one ear and out the other. No brain. He tried pulling from the front and the back of the blue wedge that pierced her, but it didn't budge an inch. However, her indifferent, relaxed expression didn't budge an inch either.
赤き真実によってしか打ち破れぬ。この島にやってきて一日を経たかどうかの客人であるそなたに理解しうる真実など存在せぬ。そんなそなたに使える赤など存在しないのだ。つまりはチェックメイト。
Controlled by burn and burn cheats.
ここはそういう空間ですか。なら魔女と戦うにふさわしい駒が必要ということですね。私は探偵。人間の犯人を相手にするのを役目としましょう。あなたは魔女。魔女やら悪魔やらを相手にする役目ならふさわしい駒がいます。ご紹介しましょう。
Justice.
ミス・ドラノール、あなたの出番のようです。
Who?
ドラノール。
やっぱりね、いつか絶対に持ってくる駒だと思ってたわ。魔女を狩る銃のくさび、魔女狩り大司教ドラノール。
悪魔との戦いにこれほどふさわしい駒はいないわ。私の分身たるエリカに魔女の最大の天敵ドラノール。私は2つのルークで今やセブンスランクを支配したわ。見せてもらうわよ。ラムダデルタ、そしてベアトリーチェ。
あんたたちの無駄なあがきよね。
Dude, nice hat. It's like a freaking like robot or something. The air shone brightly, and the piece Erika had guided there showed its form. It was a form that resembled a cleric, perfect for confronting an evil witch.
はじめまして。
You.
ドラノル・エノックスと申します。
Even though the atmosphere in the space could be cut with a knife. She introduced herself in a neat and frank manner. I heard that little sound. Yes! There it is. A member of Isren Frau, the 7th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. Chief Inquisitor, ranked Archbishop First Class, goes by the name Eleanor the 10th Wedges, or Death Sentence Eleanor. She gets the name Death Sentence because though Inquisitors normally judge their targets to determine whether they deserve death penalty or not, Eleanor, as Chief Inquisitor, is only dispatched after a case has been vigorously inspected by the Great Court. Therefore, the very act of dispatching her is equivalent to a death sentence. Jesus, goes on a while. Her father was a legendary Inquisitor, but he broke the rules and was executed. She was the one who interrogated and executed him. Jeez. Since that time, she had stopped growing, and both her body and mind remained eternally of those of a young girl. It is whispered that her heart has also died at that moment, but she does not see it that way. Her primary weapons are the conceptual arms Red Key and Blue Key. They take the form of a longsword and a short sword. Red Key and Blue Key. But she can wield both of them? Like both the red and blue truths, I mean? Her out-of-place appearance, completely different from those of the demons and witches, felt blatantly odd and had some kind of severity to it.
そなたとは初対面であるが、噂はかねがね聞いておるぞ。ゆえに、初対面という気は全くせぬでな。
こちらこそミス・ベアトリッチェ、アイゼルネ・ユングフラウはあなたについての詳細な資料を600ページにまとめました。
600 pages long. Only 600? But did I hear another freaking character thing, or is that just part of this? I guess so. Unless it was a grimoire thing, but... Oh no, okay. What was a tips thing? One of the Repentance Enforcement agencies supervised by the Great Court of Heaven. Its area of jurisdiction is the 7th District, headed up by the first-class Archbishop Delunor. It is made of 11 Inquisitors and several Assistant Inquisitors. The unit is tasked with performing heresy interrogations. I needed to reread that. Carrying out executions and sometimes bestowing redemption. However, in almost all cases, the Great Court of Heaven considers sending them only after a preliminary interrogation had been conducted and a provisional guilty verdict obtained. They are no different from an execution squad in practice. Their spectacular achievements are great in number, and they are extremely well known, even among the other agencies. Other famous informant agencies include the SSVD of the 8th District. It is rumored that the group's leader, Wizard Hunting Right, and also... It is rumored that the group's leader, Wizard Hunting Right, is that just the name? Also known as the 20 Wedges. 20 Wedges is even more powerful than... Oh, are we going to see them?
それに常に目を通していますので、私も初対面の気がしません。
Do you always say like the last word in every sentence like strongly or something?
地獄の書記官なら600ページを6文字でまとめてみせるわ。
お伺いします。
近寄るな危険で6文字だ。
Danger。
それは良きまとめです。帰還しましたら、あなたの資料を敬意を表して2文字を加え、8文字でまとめます。
エクセキュー
キュートとは世辞が過ぎるぞ、客人め。
それでは続けましょう。ミス・ベアトリーチェ、首席異端審問官ドラノール、謹んでお相手いたします。
わらわは初手を終えているぞ。そこのフルドエリカの青きくさびが抜けないならば、とぼとぼと展開に帰っていつもの退屈な反抗士の仕事を再開するとよい。
このくさびとやら頼みます。ベアトリーチェさん、この程度でチェックメイトのつもりらしいので。
They're making a show of tapping the blue wedge that pierced her with her finger. Erika shrugged as though taunting Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェ、
大丈夫。少しからかってやるだけだ。なに、いざとなったら金蔵の亡霊をひっつかんで好きに逃げ出す。この部屋からいつだってどこへだってわらわは自由自在よ。
無駄です。
ほう、
私に出会ったらそれが終焉です。
It's quite the expression.
誰も逃げられない。
確かにお父様が突然目を覚ましてどこかへ行ってしまった可能性は否定できないわ。でもね、それはありえないって断言できるのよ。
Don't tell me you're gonna pull out the receipt garbage again.
なぜかわかる？
わかるわけもあります。あなたがこの扉の前で一晩中当主様が外へ出ないことを見張ってたとでも言うのですか？
見張っていたわ。この子がね。
金家、謹んで申し上げる。この扉より出入ること叶わぬと知るべしと申し上げる。英死体、書斎扉の封鎖を命じる者なり。
The doors to heaven opened with a strong, unrelenting radiance like the sun's, and the lunar subordinates appeared. Their words were clad in red truth and cut off the witch's method of escape. They didn't say anything in red, though. Oh, great, you're back.
シエスタ45、ここに大ベアトリーチェ卿ご無沙汰しております。同盟協定1516号および天界大法院の要請に基づき出動いたしました。以後のご無礼をお詫びします。書斎扉を照準封鎖したね。扉に近づかない方がいいと思いますね。
金家、重ねて申し上げる。書斎扉は昨晩23時から現在まで一度たりとも開かれなかったこと。
What do you mean you can use red truth? From last night at 2300 until present time, the study door was not opened even once.
何ですかその紙切れは？
何の変哲もないレシートよ。でもね、このただの紙切れがあんたの嘘を立証しちゃうのよ。
エヴァはゆうべあんたが書斎から出てきた時、隙を見て書斎の扉の隙間にレシートを挟んで
Can't believe they're bringing that back again.
そしてそれは今ルドルフ君が扉を開けてくれた時に落ちたんや。
どういう意味かわかる？つまり昨夜の23時から現在までお父様がこの扉を開けたということはありえないということ。
How do we know we could trust you that you didn't just put that in now?
なんだって。
ルドルフ、窓の鍵は閉まっていたのよね。
ああ、だからガラスを破ったんだ。
他の窓も全て施錠されているわ。構造上外から閉めることはできない。
金家、
It's another one. Cornelia?
窓はすべて施錠されていたと知りたてまつれ。英死体よ、すべての窓を封鎖したまえ。
アイゼルネ・ユングフラウの名において英死体に禁止兵器使用の許可を与えるものなり。
What forbidden weapons? Oh, hey, you're here again.
全体禁止兵器赤色弾頭使用許可起動コード転送開始。
ふにゃ、バスが通らないに。410、キャプスロックを解除してもう一度。
シエスタ隊は書斎扉並びに全窓を小銃封鎖完了。物理概念他一切の通過が認められた場合、
Pass through physically, conceptually, or any other
無
method.
警告で射撃することを大ベアトリーチェ卿に警告するであります。
大天使衛星4機よりデータリンク誘導方式氷結型概念誘導。しかも赤色弾頭ときたに撃墜不能回避不能生存不能。ベアトリーチェ卿でもコッパみじんに。
Gangster troops had laid down a pinpoint blockade over the door and all of the windows. Escape would no longer be permitted through any of these.
これはわらわが歓迎するはずが、されているのはわらわではないか。シエスタ姉妹まで引き連れての表敬訪問とは恐れ入る。
近景態度遮断を完了したこと謹んで申し上げたてまする。上司ドラノール、今こそ罪を断ちて清めたまえ。ご苦労でしたミス・ベアトリーチェ。あなたの態度立たせていただきました。扉からも出られず窓からも出られない。だからもう逃がさない。
これ式でわらわを閉じ込めたつもりか。
What's happening? What a showdown we're about to have. Did I just see another thing happen in tips? Characters? Did we get all of these guys added? It's so many. Oh, hey, you're here again. I think you have the same stuff, yeah. Member of the Isran Jungfrau, the 7th District Repentance Enforcement Agency, the Great Court of Heaven. Senior Assistant Inquisitor, Ranked Minister, First Class. An Assistant Inquisitor, she is tasked with aiding during interrogations and hearings. In practice, execution ends up being the primary focus of most missions, and so she is usually assigned a job of using barriers to block the target's means of escape. On duty, she is calm, flawless, expressionless, and emotionless. However, in truth, she is quite compassionate and is loved by many of her juniors. She has already passed the exam to become a full Inquisitor and was offered a position in a different district, but she refused. She continues to serve alongside Dunlanor, to whom she owes a great debt, waiting for reassignment under her. Therefore, though she is an assistant, she is treated as an Inquisitor, Archbishop 3rd Class. And then, of course, we have you, Cornelia, member of the whatever sub-district, Port Maven. Assistant Inquisitor, Ranked Minister, 3rd Class. She has obtained high grades in academic exercises, but this is her first time on the job. Wow, first time. She possesses a strong sense of justice and is currently cramming for exams to become an Inquisitor like Delnor. Her current goal is to become more like the veteran assistant Gertrude. He actually has a zealous personality, but she pretends to be emotionless in imitation of Gertrude. She is too innocent and pure for one connected to heresy hearings, and she knows nothing of the dirty jobs and dark side of the profession. Gertrude intentionally selected her for this mission, which stinks of Senate conspiracy. She did this to give Cornelia a chance to ask herself whether this sort of job really is the right one for her. Intentionally selected her for the mission. Stinks of the Senate conspiracy? What? That's... which Senate? There's conspiracy thing going on there? Oh, man. Alright, the Inquisitor in Heaven and her subordinates surrounded the witch. The subordinates used a powerful barrier to cut off Beto's methods of escape. Demons prefer to fight, and as a result, they sometimes allow their victims to escape. However, angels prefer to block off passages of escape, and as a result, they eradicate their targets without fail. Come on, Beatrice, you got this.
この詳細は夏日姉さんが昨夜就寝前のご挨拶とやらからルドルフが扉を開けるまでの間完全に密室だったということ。
ならお父さんがここにおらなあかんはずや。しかしお父さんの姿は影も形もない。こらどういうこっちゃというわけや。
落ち着けと何度も言っておる。扉と窓を塞いだだけでこのベアトリーチェを閉じ込めたつもりなどと少子千万。金蔵、遊ぶつもりだったがどうやら客人にその気はないようだ。引き際を誤らぬうちに失礼させてもらおうぞ。
この命惜しくはないが、夏日のためにまだ死ねぬで。
It a waiter piped and air was split vertically. Then a pitch black gate appeared there and slowly opened. There's a warp portal, the same as the pitch black holes that Gap used.
わらわの資料にはこう書かれていたはずだ。神出鬼没。どこへでも現れ、どこへでも消えるとな。わらわがある限り、金蔵を捉えることなど不可能よ。
Pitch black gate opened. A gate that led from everywhere into nowhere. Both Beito and Kinzo would be sent to a place where no one could catch them. A place where no one could set foot, much less chase after them.
ここは後宮家当主の書斎ですよ。そしてお父様が直々に設計に携われた部屋でもあります。扉を経ずとも外に出る仕掛けがあったとしても何の不思議もないとは思いませんか。
そうだ。親方様が隠し扉を持ってたとしても何の不思議もありません。
隠し扉？へえ、そんなものがどこにあるのよ。
それがわからないから秘密の隠し扉なのですよ。このお屋敷にはお父様しかご存じない仕掛けや秘密の扉がいくつもあります。直接見たものはおりませんが、この屋敷の人間なら皆うすうすは知っています。
はい。
親方様しかご存じない隠し通路があるとは。
確かに金蔵さんはそういう類の仕掛けは
Using the hidden door trick.
しかも秘密の隠し扉でございますからね。私たちごときが探しても見つからぬのは無理もないこと。
なるほど。悪魔の証明ってわけね。私たちにはこの部屋に隠し扉が存在する可能性を否定できない。
そんなのデタラメよ、でっち上げよ。お父様の死を隠してる嘘がバレそうだからってよくもそんなことを。
そうやね。この書斎のどこに隠し扉があるんや。その存在を証明してみんかい。
証明不要。悪魔の証明である。隠し扉の存在は発見不能にして否定不能。よって金蔵がこの書斎より隠し扉に脱出した可能性を誰も否定することはできぬのだ。
Oh, holy! An effect.
この部屋に隠し扉が存在することを許しません。
Predator. I will not allow a hidden door to exist in this room. Its blue wedge would have been fired off as a farewell gift, was crushed with a flash of Delanore's longsword, and the pitch black gate was crushed as well. And it wasn't just crushed visibly and physically. From that moment onwards, the warp portal which conceptualized hidden doors had been destroyed forever.
どうして書斎の主でなければゲームマスターでもないそなたが赤き真実を。その上何か隠し扉の存在を許さぬとも。
それがミステリーだからです。ノックス第3条、秘密の通路の存在を禁ず。
Using freaking the rules as red troops, dude? Yo, howdy, Kuadorian. Oh, alright, Drake, give me a sec. Nox's third rule. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist.
ミステリーはね、隠し扉など存在してはいけないのです。この世に我らの神を除いて他に一切の神はなく、一切の隠し扉は存在しません。存在してはなりません。させません。
我らの神への冒涜です。
魔女も呆れる傲慢よ。呆れを通り越して痛快である。
来たわね、魔女を貫く銃のくさび。相変わらず聞いていて惚れ惚れする暴論だわ。
愚かね。悪魔の証明なんてあやふやで、これまでは全てを逃れてきたのでしょうけど、ドラノールの前にもはやその手は通用しないわよ、ベアトリーチェ。
やはりあなたも凡百の魔女と変わりないです。失望します。
ベアとやはりすんなり逃がしてくれる相手ではなさそうだぞ。
どうかもてなしてくださいな。客人にお茶くらい出してほしいものです。三流で結構ですから。さあ、この密室書斎からどうやって金蔵さんが脱出したのか、青き真実で私に教えてください。
よかろう。ほいづらかくでないぞ。金蔵が扉より抜け出した後、レシートの仕掛けに気づき、元の場所に正確に戻した可能性があるぞ。
Oh, what now?
すでに赤で否定済みです。書斎扉は23時以降一度たりとも開かれていません。
Door was not opened even once. You can't just say that in red.
金蔵は希代の魔術師で発明家かもしれぬぞ。
As Umineko's just an escalating sequence of different characters going LOL no, and I won't explain why. Yeah, it has been so far, huh?
体を霧にする薬を発明して鍵穴から抜け出したのかもしれぬ。
Oh man, the slice effects are
そのような
sick.
薬は存在しません。存在してはいけません。
あるいはテレポート装置を発明していたかもしれぬぞ。その可能性とて悪魔の証明で否定不能であろうが。
Oh no, come on, Beto, you got better stuff than that, right?
存在することも許しません。
この世のすべての薬物をそなたは調べられるのか？未知の科学装置の存在を否定できるのか？できるわけがない。それが悪魔の証明。そなたにその存在を否定できるのだ。
Battler level theories. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She can do better than this. Come on.
繰り返します。神の名においてそのような薬も機械も存在させません。
Oh man.
未来永劫存在することも許しません。
Now until the end of time.
未来とな。ほうほう。そなたは人類の未来さえも否定してみせるというのか。
ノックス第4条です。未知の薬物および難解な科学装置の使用を禁ず。
人類の進化と未来が用いる知識と技術は我が神が決定します。そしてその存在の否定を永遠に宣告されました。よって未来永劫そのような技術の存在は許しません。許されません。
Oh man, it's gonna be real funny if somehow in the future we get something like that. Beto and Delanor have gone through a massive exchange of red and blue. However, not only had Delanor not taken any damage, she also showed no signs of fatigue. Beto might have been a fearsome witch, but blood flowed through her veins, and she did breathe. She felt both pain and fatigue. But Delanor, she was like a doll made of marble. She felt no fatigue, no pain, no hesitation. Even if Beto's sharp wedges had aimed right for Delanor's eyes, she wouldn't have shut them. No, it was doubtful whether she even blinked in the first place.
噂には聞いていたが、最悪の相性だな。夢も希望も未来の可能性さえ許さんとは。神々の傲慢恐れ入る。さすがは魔女狩り執行人。生涯酒を酌み交わすことは叶いそうにないぞ。
Even their strikes, which had defeated Battler over and over, had absolutely no effect on Delanor. She had expected that already, more or less, but she hadn't expected to be repelled so easily.
おやおや、天下のゴールドスミスも老いぼれたか。そなたの口からそのような言葉が出てくるなど、夜空に彗星を2つ迎えるより珍しい。
老いぼれどころか、とうに死んでいる。
True.
そうであったな。すまんが、もうしばらくそうはさせぬ。
Beito experienced something she only rarely felt during her entire life. It's probably what we'd call a hardship. As Mitsui tried to comfort her, Beito quietly brushed aside her hand, and she regained her posture again, showing off her witch's pride and her continued readiness to fight.
それで終わりですか？私が出向くまでもなかった失望です。
まだであるぞ。今のはほんの小手調べ。
Just testing you.
そなたの手の内を探ったに過ぎぬわ。
意図愚かなりや、身の程を知りたまえ。
ベアトリーチェ卿。
Beito's expression became tense once again. No longer was there any trace of mischief. The mood changed.
もはや
Ooh,
遊びの時間は
another
終わ
new
り。
track.
行くぞ。ならば、金蔵が書斎の出入りをしなかったことを認めようぞ。そなたの密室を受け入れようではないか。
近景、ベアトリーチェは攻撃法を変更したこと申し上げ。
Oop. Alright, I skipped that. Click. I can click twice. Back to 4 meetup, Beatrice had changed her pattern of attack. Beatrice, who had until then thoroughly resisted the idea that a locked room existed, did an about face. She declared that she would accept the proposition. Of course, this didn't mean that she'd surrendered. This was a new attack of Beito's. Lenore noticed this and readied herself.
どういうこと？密室を破ろうとしてるのに、どうしてベアトリーチェ卿は密室を認めるに？多分この部屋以外の場所で金蔵の存在を主張するつもりです。大ベアトリーチェ卿のワープポータル再起動を確認。
夏日は金蔵と書斎で話をしたと主張しているが、対面で話をしたとまでは言っておらぬ。すなわち金蔵が書斎以外の場所にいたとしても、会話が成立すれば矛盾はないわ。
Ooh. A hit? After bouncing at an erratic angle, the witch's stake pierced the top of Deleonore's foot.
とろいわあなた。足の甲いっただけ。
夏日はこの書斎で
Ooh, another one.
電話を使い、別の場所にいる金蔵と会話をしていたの。親族たちを嫌う金蔵が書斎に立ち入られることを予見して別の場所に避難していたとしても何の不思議もないわ。おそらくそれは隠し屋敷、クワドリアンかもしれぬぞ。
The Ecuadorian! Ooh. The power of Beito's Bluetooth began to dwell in the stake of Asmodeus, piercing the top of Deleonore's foot, changing the stake into a blue wedge.
うまい。筋の通りに。
青き真実。
Oh, but that's not all, right? A cyclone of gold butterflies swept up, with Beito at its center. The magical center of the pitch black gate that had been smashed was once again refilled. If she could hold Denlore off here somehow, this time she would be able to warp Kenzo out of the study, all the way to the Ecuadorian. Denlore moved clumsily, trying to pull the blue wedge out of her foot, but it didn't even budge. Of course, Beito didn't miss this chance. Oh, which would.
さらに行くぞ、覚悟せよ。夏日の言う金蔵が金蔵本人を刺さない可能性がある。夏日の言う金蔵とはこの部屋の別称かもしれぬぞ。金蔵はクワドリアンに避難していて連絡不能。夏日はこの部屋をお父様と呼び、この部屋で瞑想することで
That is
金
an
蔵より金蔵を受け
interesting
ているつもりになっていたのかもしれぬ。
like truth here.
動きを止めたわね。もうあんたの負けよ。
Only getting some hits in. Beelzebub's blue wedge pierced the base of Deleonore's neck. Of course, that didn't even cause her to flinch, but her movements were restricted even further.
面白い。それで終わりですか？
前菜にスープで終わってはコースとは呼ばぬ。メインディッシュからデザートまで一気に食らって腹をぶちまけて死ね。密室ゆえに脱出不可能というなら、まだこの部屋に隠れている可能性だって否定できぬ。隠し扉ではない。例えばベッドの下とか天井裏とか、悪魔さえ知り得ない、それでいて実にさりげない死角に隠れているかもしれぬな。あるいは金蔵より特別に自分の代行を命じられたナッチが自らを当主代行であると同時にもう一人の金蔵だと自覚したかもしれん。つまりナッチが同時に金蔵でもあるという可能性だ。
It's possible that Natsui was also Kinzo?
まだまだあるぞ。金蔵は昨夜の23時の時点で窓、そしてナッチがそれを見届け窓に施錠をした。これでも何の問題もないぞ。いや、むしろ一番美しい青き真実ではないのか。どうだ、ドラノルエノックス。この密室より脱出する方法などいくらでもあるわ。
Everyone is Kinzo. Oh, it's just like Kingdom Hearts. Everyone is Sora. And also, everyone is freaking, oh, why can't I remember his name? Why can't I remember the main dude's name? Oh, no. I've been playing Page 2 so long, I forgot his name. The bald man. The, not Ansem. Xehanort, that's it. I got it. Don't worry. My brain works. It's the E. Oh, in Kingdom Hearts, everyone is either Sora, and everyone that isn't Sora is Xehanort.
お前には何の反論の必要もない。そのまま破れて永遠に眠れ。
Oh. 3 more? You understand everything now. Yeah, that's all you gotta know about Kingdom Hearts. You got it. The seven sisters appeared from Beto's golden tornado one after another, and they pierced Delnor with blue wedges. 4 blue wedges were buried into her back, her chest, her gut, and her thigh. Including one buried in the top of her foot, she had been pin-cushioned by 5 stakes. Oh, you got 2 more?
他にも思いついたら使ってやる。今は静かにしておれ。どうか魔女狩り人ドラノール、魔女を次々串刺しにして火にくべてきたそなたが逆に魔女に串刺しにされるのはどのような気持ちか。
They were all ridiculous arguments, but they came fiercely one after another. A total wave of 5 wedges pierced Eleanor. Her expression didn't change in the slightest. Or, though a total of 5 wedges pierced Eleanor, her expression didn't change in the slightest. However, her movements had indeed been limited.
さすが魔女は怖い。へりくつじゃ勝てない。ノックス10か条にも抵触しません。有効です。
What you gonna do now?
見事です。いや、この書斎が無人で密室だったとしても、それだけでお父様の存在を否定させるわけにはいきません。
波の相手ならこれで決まりと思うところだがな。だがあやつはドラノール、実戒を破った自分の父さえ切り伏せた冷酷女よ。金蔵、今のうちに。
Now that Delnor had been pinned down, this was their last chance to recover their magical power and escape. Once again, a pitch-black gate began to slowly rise in front of Beto and Kinzo. Though the gate had once been opened by simply drawing in the air, it wasn't so easy in the study now, filled as it was with the power of denial.
いかがですか、皆さん。 この書斎のことをどう問おうともお父様のご健在を揺るがすことなどできないのです。
おやおや、おっしゃいますね。あなたもそして私もこの戦いの一部であることを忘れない方がいいですよ。私の魔女と戦うことはできませんが、あなたと戦うことはできます。
Oh no. Erika grinned at Natsui with a smile more demonic than her real demons.
夏日さん、重ねてお伺いしますが、あなたは昨夜確かにこの部屋で後宮金蔵さんとお話ししたんですね。
ええ、一日の報告とお休みのご挨拶をしておりましたと何度も言っております。
おかしなことを聞きますが、あなたの潔白を証明するための大切なことですので、はぐらかさずにお願いします。あなたの言う金蔵さんとは、私たちの認識する後宮金蔵さんですね。その名を持つ別の人物、別の存在ということはありませんね。
Oh.
よくおっしゃる意味がわかりません。
つまりこういうことよ。お父様亡き後、この部屋自体をお
they're
父様と呼んでたり
gonna break Beto's like wedges, dude.
って聞いてるのよ。あんたはお父様にお休み前に一日の報告をしていたなんて言ってたわね。それがお父様という名の書斎で一日の報告を壁に向かってしていたという意味じゃないの？
無礼な、そんなことはありません。お父様はお父様です。健在でいらっしゃいます。そして確かに昨夜、私はここで報告とお休みの挨拶をさせていただきました。何のごまかしも言い逃れもありません。
なるほど。では私の言葉が復唱できますか？あなたが何のごまかしもまやかしもないというなら、私の言葉が復唱できるはずです。
いいでしょう。何でも復唱します。
復唱要求。
Oh
後宮
no.
夏日は昨夜23時、この部屋で後宮金蔵と確かに同室して会話しました。
私、後宮夏日は昨夜23時、この部屋で後宮金蔵と確かに同室して会話しました。
グッと。では最後にお聞きします。まさか夏日さん、その後に金蔵さんを窓から放り出して自ら窓を閉めて施錠したなんてことはありませんよね。
Bro, Natsui, come on.
どうして私がお父様を窓から追い出さなくてはならないのですか？程があります。愚弄にも程があります。
金慶、謹んで申し上げ立てまつる。夏日の指す金蔵とは後宮金蔵以外のいか
Oh
なる
no.
ものも意味し
God, they're using it as red.
謹んで申し上げる。
金慶、謹んで申し上げ立てまつる。夏日は書斎にて23時に金蔵と対面したことを主張するものなり。
Natsui let out a cry, but it was a bit too late. She had completely risen to their provocation. The blue wedge into the foot, representing a telephone discussion. The blue wedge to the neck, representing the study itself being called Kinzo. The blue wedge to the gut, representing Natsui herself being called Kinzo. The blue wedge to the thigh, representing Natsui letting Kinzo escape out a window and locking it afterwards. The four of them shattered with the sound of thin glass. Because Natsui, the one who knew the truth, had denied them. Those denials had gained the power of the red truth. Despite Kinzo's absence from this locked room, Beito had introduced 5 ways that Kinzo could still exist. Natsui had carelessly destroyed the premises behind 4 of those herself. Only 1 wedge remained. In other words, Samari, this was the last blue truth which could bury the contradiction of Kinzo existing in the study at 11 o'clock, but not existing there later after it had become the locked room. There was only one theory that pierced the Nullar's chest. Kinzo is hiding somewhere in this room. With this theory, even if Kinzo wasn't present in this locked room of the study, he could exist here. If this wedge of Satan's were to be crushed, their chances of escaping this room would become hopelessly dim.
ベアトリーチェ様、早く今のうちにお逃げを。
Laura slowly grasps the final wedge, which still pierced her chest. Her vice-like grip seemed to be causing Satan's pain, as though all the bones in her body were being broken.
残るくさびはこの1本だけです。この部屋のどこかに金蔵が隠れているという。そのすべてを探偵である私が探しました。それでも見つからないなら、一体どこに隠れていると
With the final wedge still sticking out of her chest, Eleanor slowly approached Beto. This wedge was taken out, then...
お聞きします。一体金蔵がこの書斎のどこに隠れていると。
He doesn't have to tell you.
さてな。
Who knows?
ベッドの下かもしれんぞ。
探索済みです。
That possibility was searched and voided.
バスタブの中かもしれん。
探索済みです。
クローゼットの中、机の下、カーテンの束の中。
探索済みです。
Oh, jeez. Oh, a cross effect. Just stating everywhere, dude. Behind the wallpaper, inside the sofa. Holy, what final lines? Die to death. Sentenced to death. What great lines. No locations would work against Eleanor by this point. Eleanor took Beto's final desperate onslaught head on, turning everything back with far stronger power of denial. Smack him down. Beat them down with overwhelming force. No longer is there any place in the study for Kinzo to escape to. Beto was blown back like a leaf dancing in the wind. Knocked around over and over again like an empty can lying on the road. By now, no matter how many times Beto used the blue truth, it wouldn't be able to defeat Eleanor's red truth.
真実をごまかし続けるだけ。ドラノールの言葉を私も借ります。失望ですよ、ベアトリーチェさん。
Not like this. Erika coldly delivered these decisive words to Beto, who was crawling on the ground.
探偵権限。探偵は全ての現場を検証する権利を持つ。そして私は権利を行使しました。よって宣言します。この部屋に金蔵さんはいません。そして部屋の密室も完璧です。以上の2点から断言します。この部屋はずっと無人です。夏日さんが金蔵さんに昨晩ここで会ったと嘘をついていたのです。以上、これでチェックメイトです。ベアトリーチェさん。いかがです？ただこの部屋が存在するだけでフルドエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。
Oh, I hate her so much.
いかがでしょうか、皆様方。
At these words, the final wedge shattered, And at the same time, the pitch black gate, which was about to open, shattered once again. This time, the warp portal had been completely destroyed. No longer would Kenzo be permitted to exist in this room, or escape from it. Life chandelier reaction. What do you think about the chandelier? Beito struggled to her feet, but that was the best she could do. She no longer had the energy to fight. She had taken all of the 9 red head-on from close range. It was all she could do to withstand the pain, which was so strong, it felt like she would vomit up all her insides. Even Beito, who held the monopoly on the title of strongest and most evil witch all this time, couldn't do anything against the witch hunter. No matter how sturdy a sandcastle you build on the beach, it can never win against the rising tide.
ベアトリーチェ感謝するぞ。恨み残りし私のためによくぞここまで戦ってくれた。
四季を悟ると走馬灯が見えるってのは本当らしいな。そなたの若かりし日々の面影を思い出してしまったぞ。
What did he look like when he was young?
腹が立つくらいバトラに似ておったな。
Really?
私の魂もそして当主の資格も今やすべてバトラが受け継いでおるわ。もはや何の未練もなし。
バトラ、すまぬ。そなたと再び戦おうと誓いながらこの程度で手じまいとは無念だ。
To Beito, it seemed as though Battler had met her gaze. There's no way he could have. This Battler was the Peace Battler. There's no way he could see Beito in this higher level world. However, his eyes really did meet hers. Even though they couldn't have, Beito was sure they did. As Erika, Eva, and the others closed in on Natsui, questioning her over and over, only Battler stood apart from that tumult. His expression held none of the enthusiasm and excitement that the other humans had. Just a piercingly and cold... It just piercingly and coldly surveyed the scene. And the expression on his face was a quiet displeasure. Anger. He wasn't feeling compassion for Natsui because her lie was about to be exposed. However, he couldn't forgive Erika, who was simply enjoying the intellectualness of cornering Natsui, or any of the people going along with her. Then he whispered softly.
ダメだな。
Beito and the others definitely heard that.
バトラはまさかこの劣勢をひっくり返せるというのか。
On Battler, you got something right?
私ならできただろうな。そしてバトラならできるであろうぞ。
Just a new head. New Kinzo. He could definitely do it.
バトラよ。私より全てを受け継ぎし男であるならば、今こそその証を示せ。
Come on, Battler.
黄金の魔女伝説をこんなところで終わらせるな。
私は昨夜確かにここで確かにです。そして後宮家の栄光ある歴史とそれを担う責任の重さについて。
もうその嘘は暴かれているんです。あなたが昨夜一人でこの部屋にいたことはもう分かってるんです。そろそろ諦めて告白に入ってもらえませんか。犯人の往生際の悪さとミステリーの出来の悪さは比例するんです。最後くらいこれがちょっとはマシな三流ミステリーだったことを証明してください。
ああ、ダメだな。全然ダメだぜ。
Battler, who had been silently off by himself up until then, finally spoke. At first, it sounded as though he was attacking Natsui. However, when Erika realized he was glaring directly at her, her expression visibly clouded with displeasure.
何がダメなんですか。
ミステリーが三流なら、その探偵も三流。
Holy.
いいぜ。俺がじい様になってやるよ。
バトラ
あなたが金蔵さんに、まさか金蔵さんになってこの部屋からの失踪を再現してみせようっていうんですか？まさか私のチェックメイトを否定されるというつもりで？バカな。
この男は何を言ってるのですか？
新しく来たお嬢さん方、ここのゲームは初めてか？悪いがその程度でチェックメイトって言っちまうようじゃ全然ダメだぜ。ああ、本当にダメだな。
どういうことだバトラー、お前が？
ああ、再現してやるぜ。俺がじい様になってこの部屋から消え去ってやる。
Alright, how are they gonna do this?
扉も窓もアウトやで。どうやって？
隠し扉の場所が分かったんですか？
私たちにはさっぱり。さっぱり。
Kumasawa, you're not making things better. Russell. That sound wasn't just the noise of the onlookers fidgeting. It was a provocative chill that ran up Erika's spine.
気に入りました。そうですね。あなたは当主の指輪を持つ後ろ宮家次期当主金蔵さんの代役を務める資格は十分あるでしょう。見せてもらおうじゃないですか。
Erika's expression was no longer a challenging smile. It was malicious. Extremely displeased. Good. She couldn't conceal her anger at having her most pleasurable moment ruined.
どうやってここから藁を立つ？
読めたわ。なるほど、その手が残っておったか。
今頃気づいたか、クソじじい。隠し扉だのベッドの下に隠れただの情けねえ話ばかりで泣けてくれ。俺たちは天下御免の後ろ宮金蔵の話をしてるんだぜ。
It was just like hiding behind a door, waited for it to open, and then slipped out when everyone rushed in.
少し痛快かつ豪快な答えは出てこねえのかって。
To what actually happened, though.
全くだ。自らのこととはいえ、私にも思いつけなかったとは情けない。そして我が血族がこれだけ揃い、私を理解しているのが6年を経て帰ったバトラだけというのも情けない。バトラ、私の代役であるぞ。無様な真似は見せるな。
おうじじい、後ろ宮家当主の貫禄ってやつを客どもに教えてやるぜ。
何をなさるおつもりですか？
ナチ、ベアトリーチェ、見ているがいい。後ろ宮家当主とはどういうものか教えてやる。
バトラ、何をしてみせるつもりなら。
何もできるわけがないです。この部屋は完全な密室なんですから。
Oh, apparently not. You couldn't think of something Battler did.
夏代おばさん、こっちへ来てくれ。そして今から話す通りに動いてくれ。
Battler called Natsui over to the window and whispered something to her with his back towards the others.
ミス・ドラノール、万が一はありませんよね。この部屋から金蔵と魔女を取り逃すようなことはありえませんよね。
無論です。ガートルード、コーネリア、そして英主体、密室の封印は完璧か今一度確認するのです。
Did he just like quietly walk behind Natsui as she exited and left that way?
金系、謹んで申し上げ立てまつる。我らの結界は完璧なりよ。
金系、隠し扉はなく、扉からも窓からも逃れることかなわず。英主体はバトラが結界を破りしとき、躊躇なく矢を放ちたまえ。
You wouldn't shoot Battler.
シエスタ隊、了解であります。
Sneakiest Kenzo in the West. He raised his sneak level to 100. He was so quiet. Maybe pickpocketed Natsui while he was at it. Just for fun.
お覚悟を。
この部屋から脱出なんて不可能です。でもあいつはやるのよ。どうやって？根拠がなくてもやり遂げると確信できる。それが 後ろ宮の当主ってもんに。
ですが見せてもらいましょうか。
That's what he's been doing in his study the whole time, just putting points in his stealth.
ええ
The master.
リーチェの対戦相手の貫禄ってやつをね。
Come on, show me.
では始めるぜ。
Oh, we got Endless 9 playing too. Everyone nodded and watched Battler's every move.
じい様である俺はこうしてベッドで横になり、夏日おばさんの一日の報告とやらに相槌を打っていた。
Battler lay down on the bed himself. As if it still mattered now, Erika grumbled about disturbing the crime scene, but no one listened to her. Good.
そして俺は返事をしなくなり、まあどうせ長話に飽きて寝たふりでもしたんだろうぜ。
貴様は分かっておる。
私はお父様がお休みになったのを見届け、黙礼してから立ち去ります。
Matsui lowered her head to Battler, who was still lying down in a bed, and turned around. Then she started wandering around as though doing an inspection of the room.
夏日おばさんはじい様の就寝を見届けた後、室内のチェックをしてから退出するそうだ。もちろんシャノンちゃんたちに毎日掃除をさせてるんだが、それでもおばさんは細かくチェックしているわけだ。埃が落ちてないかどうか、消耗品は切れてないかどうか。
はい、大切な当主様の部屋ですから、使用人任せにせず、自らでも細かくチェックしています。これは必ず行っていることです。
そうです。奥様は普段からとても丁寧にチェックしています。
チェックは細かく、水場の消耗品一つ一つにまで及びます。
One by one.
よくテレビドラマで見るような窓辺の埃だけじゃねえ、水場の洗剤の残量やトイレのトイレットペーパーの残数さえ見る。
Then while she was in the restroom, he escapes.
毎日でなくてもいいだろう。まめなことさ。
それが日課です。一日たりとも当主様のお部屋のチェックに気の緩みがあってはなりません。
それが何だって言うんですか。もったいぶるのも大概にしてください。
She's getting impatient.
もったいぶるのは探偵の特権でしょ。
探偵はこの私。
Oh, she's so mad, so upset.
書斎にいればわかるだろうが、書斎という名で呼んではいるが、ここはもはや屋敷の中に存在するセカンドハウスと言ってもいい。寝室があり、書斎があり、水場があり、トイレも風呂もある。つまり一つの部屋じゃない、一つの家と言っていい。
書斎内の構造説明感謝です。しかしそのどこかに隠れるという手はすでに破られています。
隠れはしないさ。だが資格はいくらでもあるはずだ。例えば夏日おばさんがトイレットペーパーの数を調べにトイレに入っている間、夏日おばさんから書斎のほぼ全てが視覚、つまり書斎のほぼ全域から観測者が消えたわけだ。
観測者消失。金蔵が失態します。
緊急、書斎内に魔女の闇が充満せしこと申し上げ立てまつる。
よいぞ、闇の力が満ちてきた。
観測者が夏日がいなくなったからなんだと。それで
じいさまはようやく小うるさい夏日おばさんが姿を消したので起き上がる。
どうして。
Got the crazy eyes.
このようなイカれた夜にイカれた天気の夜空をめでることに勝る酒の魚はないわ。
夏日おばさんがトイレという資格にいる以上、じいさまには書斎を自由に歩き回ることが可能になる。
It was possible for him to move without Natsui's knowledge. It's possible for him to move without contradicting what Natsui knew.
警告、バトラが書斎扉に接近するであります。
緊急、 書斎扉のロック解除時には騒音が鳴り響くものなり夏日に不審に思われずして扉より出ると叶わぬと知りたまえ
Using Red Truth for this? Because Battler had acted as though he was headed for the door, Gertrude, who was sealing the door, immediately issued a warning. Maybe it was possible for him to leave the study while in Natsui's blind spot, however.
そうよ。音よ。オートロックの解除には大きな音がするのを私たちは知っているわ。書斎内の死角に夏日がいたとしても、オートロックを解除する時のあの大きな音は聞き逃さない。
What if the door wasn't completely
不審
closed?
に思わないはずがない。
金系夏日は扉の開く音在室中に聞くことはなかりけり
Speaking for Natsui here, dude. The washroom and toilet are very close to the door. Even if they hadn't been, the auto lock always lets off a massive sound. You'd be able to hear that sound no matter what. Natsui had already spoken with Erika and the others about the details of the previous night, and she made it quite clear that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. The argument that Natsui could have failed to hear the lock would not work.
金系重ねて申し上げ立てまつる
Another one?
扉より金像が出入ること叶わぬものなり
金系無駄なあがきと申し上げ立てまつる意図愚かな
確かに破れねえな扉の姉ちゃんも赤だが窓のあんたはどうだ
Oh? Red of the grave, more fear. Turning his back to Gertrude, who claimed that leaving through the door was impossible. Battler locked his gaze on Cornelia, who stood in front of the window. By now, Battler's target was clear. It was Cornelia. And it was the window. He was going to smash this locked room from the window. That's quite the expression. Not expecting to be chosen as the target herself, Cornelia was overawed for just a second, but she quickly regained her composure. Though it was rare, it happened sometimes that a witch struggling to flee would directly target the one setting up the barriers. And it was always the witch's last futile resistance at the brink of death.
金系慎んで申し上げるバトラの標的はあなた注意申し上げるものなりよ
意図愚かなる神よこの愚かなる子羊を憐れみたまえ
羊じゃねえ後ろ宮家当主ってのはなわし片翼でもないその程度の窓で書斎にいつまでも閉じ込めておけると思うんじゃねえぜ
Starting from a low posture, both silent and supple, Battler ran forward like a white leopard.
まさかこいつはこれは金系我が赤が破れる道理はなしそなたの望み叶うことなしと知りたまえ
Oh? Cornelia thrust out both her arms and drew a sign. When she did, a red barrier blocked the way ahead of Battler. Oh, but he could have jumped out and then she could have continued doing her inspection, walking the windows, right? It wouldn't be assisting if she didn't know.
夏日おばさんがじい様を逃がしたんじゃねえじい様夏日おばさんに隠れて自ら抜け出したとしたら
どうして窓から自分で出るんですか金蔵が
Why indeed? He's Kinzo.
このイカれた場に雨天へ飛び出すくらい酒の座興程度にしかならんのは私にとってはな
Kinzo would be that insane.
でもここ3階ですよ
そなたとて階段を降りると一段くらい飛ばすこともあるであろう金蔵なら3階くらい
He's all powerful. Did you see the beginning of episode, what was it, 4?
やりかねませんな
やりかねませんね
そんな
Shattered. Blue cracks appeared in Cornelia's red barrier, and it shattered with a crisp sound. It was all far too quick. It looked as though she'd gotten out of the way herself in fear of Battler. Oh, nice of us to get a little freaking translator note up here.
コーネリア様、防げません。退避を。
At the same time the barrier shattered, the window behind Cornelia's back was flung open. The curtains fluttered for just an instant. Ow! Howdy darn. Though it was filled with rain, the heavens and the courtyard were spread out in front of them. A fitting exit for an eagle leaping from this locked room.
コーネリア、結界を張り直すのです。
御意、上司ドラノール。ここを破ること、断じて叶わぬと知りたまえ。
Cornelia quickly came back to her senses to set up another red barrier. However, this was the last one.
金系、慎んで申し上げたてまつる。なれば、金蔵の窓よりの脱出を仮に認めようぞ。ならば、外より閉められる窓の施錠は2階用にして。
Ah, come on! I said it earlier!
窓は内側より施錠されていた。
ダメだな。
ああ、全然ダメだ。
Look at this tag team, dude. Kinzo and Battler grinned. He thought this feeble red could block the charge of Battler and Kinzo, the two family heads. It's even Kinzo's joining in with the blue.
夏希おばさん、じいさまはベッドで寝ていると思ったの。
Even Kinzo speaks in blue. It's so cool, dude. Now that Battler had found the answer, the red barrier was more fragile than thin glass. The red magical wall of certainty had been smashed again, so easily that it disgraced the name of certainty itself. Could it be believed? That barrier was more firm than any shield Renova have ever used against Jessica, and yet it had been destroyed so easily. Though Battler was charging fiercely forward and had almost reached Cornelia, he didn't step aside. She didn't step aside. My bad. Her steel spirit, worthy of the name Esseran Jungfrau, didn't allow her to step aside. I wonder if I'm even pronouncing that correctly. She took a talisman from her pocket, placed it in thin air, and drew a sign. Then, not red, but blue burned there. Though it was far more frail than the red barrier, it was her last method of resistance. Oh, is she gonna state a blue truth as a last defense? Iron Maidens in Germany. Oh, that's pretty sick. What a scream. Battler flew. So peak. He burst through Cornelia's blue barrier, smashing it away, and his body flew out the window into the darkness of the rainy sky. Hello, your dream. The fragments of the blue barriers scattered, leaving blue dust in their wake, coloring the air beautifully. The locked room had been smashed open. Battler had jumped from the mansion. He was in the sky above the rainy courtyard. All of the raindrops had become small round gems that were scattered through the air. Battler was floating through the jewelry box of world of this beautiful stormy sky filled with countless raindrop gems. You gonna land in a bush below or something? So good. In the sky of a world frozen in time, Elnor and Battler faced each other. If Battler, who had smashed and flown out the window, was like a knight leaping off a white horse, then Delnor, who floated in the air waiting for him, was also a knight. In the air above the courtyard surrounded by the Ushiromiya mansion and frozen in time, the true new head of the Ushiromiya family and a disciple of heaven who would test him cross paths.
見事です。たとえあなたが中庭に落ち生きようが死のうが、金蔵に密室が打ち破れたことに変わりはない。命を捨てて飛んだあなたこそ殉教者。よくぞ我らの密室結界を打ち破ってみせました。あっぱれです。後ろ宮バトラー。されど、我こそは史跡異端審問官。ドラミスミスと逃すことはできません。最後に我がたちにあなたと交える栄誉を与えたまえ。
ああ、歓迎してやる。このゲーム案外甘くないぜ。
In the world where gems of rain slowly fell like large snowflakes on a snowy field, the Norn battlers slowly crossed paths. It seemed slow, and yet it happened in a flash. Their gazes crossed and clashed like lightning. When night confronts night, it's always head-on and decided in a single strike. Blue and red cross paths.
書斎内に夏日の資格が存在することがあらかじめ示されましたか？示されていないならばこの推理は許されません。ノックス第8条。
Oh, using both? Ilnora's double strike with both the blue and the red blades sliced that battler. And missed! Good job, idiot! Those long swords, which had never lost 100 battles, cut through empty air. For the first time, Ilnora showed an expression. It was a soft smile. She had known since long ago that the study structure had been mentioned, but she couldn't let him escape without making a single strike. As an Inquisitor, she could not do that. So though she had known that she wouldn't make it, she still crossed swords with Battler. In Battler's hand was a blade that shone red. That blade etched out the red truth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Kinzo's study was a small villa he had created inside the mansion. A study, a book archive, a place to sleep, a bathroom and a washroom. It was divided into multiple rooms that was already presented. And it suggested that room-sized blind spots can exist within the study. Ooh. Without any mercy. No, without any reluctance that would have been dishonorable. The sword of red truth cut into Dilnor. Its sharp tail cut the countless gem drops filling the sky into beautiful hemispheres. Time exploded into life. Both of them fell through the courtyard. One drifted down, the other tumbled through the air. Then there was a soft sound and a dull thud. The first was the sound of Battler landing gently in the courtyard. The second was the sound of Delnor crashing down. After crouching down for a while, Battler slowly stood up. Though he had jumped down from the third floor, he had landed as lightly as though he had merely jumped over a fence. Battler, that was sick! Do it again. He leaned out the study window, looking to see if the supposedly wingless Battler had landed safely. Okay, he had one wing. The study was no longer a locked room. He could jump from here, escape from here. The locked room which had threatened to capture the witch and suffocate her had now been destroyed.
アトラが答えを見せた時点でわしの魂はすでにこの密室を逃れておるわ。
Kinzo's form became a group of gold butterflies and disappeared. The locked room barrier had dissolved, and the power which denies magic had scattered. Beto ran towards the window. That was the only exit from the locked room of this witch hunt. After glancing at the Inquisitors and the Chaser sisters, she readied her wound-covered body and ran towards the window, just like Battler had done. She looked like Cinderella running as though she heard the bell toll. Oh, she's so mad, so upset. Stay upset. Erika flew at Beto, trying to grab onto her as she dashed away. But it was like trying to catch smoke, and Erika landed face first on the floor. Good. There's no way a human can catch a witch. For one such as her, without love, even touching Beto was impossible. Oh, she doesn't have love. She can't see it.
バトラの青き真実を防げる結界の準備、当方になしなりよ。
Both Chaser 00 and Gertrude spoke with unbelievably calm voices.
誰にも止められないの。バトラも、金蔵も、ベアトリーチェも、こいつらが逃げ出したら、私の密室が。
Erika's at her best when she's sticking out after hell. Hell yeah. You're the only one who seems to agree with that. Agree with me on that. Holy. So very supremely mad. So good. Becca crouched, screaming, clutching at her head.
天下の黄金の魔女がジジイの神臭い書斎ごときで打ち破られてるんじゃねえ。まだ第一の番だろうが新参どもにお前のゲームが甘くないってことを思い知らせてやれ。
Ooh, just like Battler, Beto also jumped. Oh, sick! She drifted down through the gem drop jewelry box world of Battler's into Battler's chest. Battler caught her with both arms as though catching an angel's wings. It was like a knight catching a princess who had been locked up in a tower. Like a beautiful picture of a scene in some fairy tale. Now kiss.
Yeah, bye.
惚
れたわ。後ろ宮家の当主ってこういう奴らばっかなの？
後ろ宮金蔵の破天荒を記せば書斎の魔導書の数に負けぬ長い波乱の物語が書けるでしょう。その次の当主の物語と記す価値が大いにありそうだ。いえいえ、もう記しておりますと。それはもう長い長い物語。
The demons giggled on top of the roof, holding umbrellas. Then they finally looked down over the two in the courtyard.
お前やるな。
お前のゲームで何回鍛えられたと思ってんの。
It's 1.5 million words long. In shock, Beto actually praised Battler as she held her in his arms. Battler laughed in his usual carefree way. Stay mad. Erika looked down from the window and clenched her teeth, still clutching at her head. Still holding Beto in his arms, Battler grinned back.
Erika.
何ですか？
黄金の魔女の謎はお前にはくれてやらねえ。俺が解く。こいつはな、俺たち二人の謎なんだよ。まあ、レアと。
うん。わらわの謎は
Yo. As Battler gave her mischievous grin, Beto's face turned uncharacteristically red. But even so, she spoke with a refreshingly bright expression while laughing loudly. Battler snorted, amused that Beto had said something so unlike her. And, still holding Beto in his arms, he spun around in a kind of waltz. The falling gem drops celebrated their overcoming of this trial. She keeps getting more and more mad. It's so good. If Battler had at least been seriously injured in writhing in the mud, Erika might have still had some grounds to stand on. She might have been able to claim that Kinzo couldn't have jumped down with his old body and gotten away unscathed. However, Battler stood calmly in the courtyard, looking up at Erika with the dignity of the victor. But Battler did it just fine! When I put it back to Kinzo, he could probably do that. Erika tried to get everyone's agreement and somehow turn things around, but the responses were no different from how they had been a short while ago. Yeah, Donjo! Yeah, Rudolph, too. Even Eva. All of them! Fun Umineko drinking game. Take a shot every time someone says, I wouldn't put it past the mother. They haven't said it that much. A better one would be every time they say, like, Samadhi. Right? Or that, where every time you get a chandelier reaction. Oh, I'm enjoying this chapter so much. Not only the servants, but the family members also agreed. They all agreed that there would be nothing strange about Kinzo jumping down from a third-floor window. Just who in the world is this Ushiromiya Kinzo person? It's insane! Only 60? Ah, you liked it. Oh, that would be flashier. Let's do that next time then. You would like to see him do that. Rachel's voice went very shrill and she gulped. Then her body suddenly became a group of gold butterflies and crumbled away. See you later. It was because many people had rushed up to the window and she was being bathed with gazes filled with the anti-magic toxin. Or was it? Rachel's body became invisible to them and melted into the air. So to their eyes, it appeared Battler was standing all alone out in this courtyard. Oh, you're still here? There's no pain in Delinor's expression. Pleasure and pain never showed up on her face in the first place. However, she used her longsword as a crutch as she struggled to her feet, so it was easy to tell that she had taken heavy damage. And despite her lack of expression, you could tell this was a loss she could accept. Battler and Elnor turned to face each other. As though readying herself, Elnor quietly closed her eyes, but she still stood tall and maintained her air of dignity. The blue power gathered. Battler slowly approached Elnor. Then, he faced the rainy sky and yelled out the blue truth. Oh yeah, the blue wedge flashed through the courtyard along with a blue bolt of lightning and roared down toward Elnor's forehead as she stared up at the sky. I gotta think more insane! The massive blue wedge, which looked like a pillar, was above Delnor's forehead, and had stopped with its tip just slightly touching her. It didn't run her through. It made no mark larger than being poked with a pencil. When Battler snapped his fingers, the blue wedge shattered. It became a shower of translucent gems. Oh, drops of rain that poured down over the courtyard. Elnor sat down in an absent sort of way. Amidst the thunder and rain, the successor to the Ushiromiya family faced the people staring down from the study. He spread his arms wide. Furudo Erika.
魔女の謎とやらをね、腹渡の奥の奥まで生きながらにね。
She's never been so mad. Battler and Beto both looked calmly up at Erika, who couldn't contain that evil laugh. Laughing at her? Did you make her stupid on purpose? Bathed in his sneers of Birkenstow, the being who was like a mother to her, Erika was so ashamed that it looked as though she'd chew her lower lip to pieces. Like a Natsui? I thought you disappeared.
誰にも邪魔はさせねえぜ。ベアトリチェ。
うん。
Oh man, amazing chapter, so good, worth it for the for the entire last moment there. Reasoning and inspection. Whoa, what do we got going on here? Back at the golden, like, garden. Right, that was. Oh, did we end up going through 2 chapters and I didn't notice? Alright, no, we ended the first chapter around like the hour mark and I continued going. Because we don't usually take breaks until the 2-hour mark and that lasted 2 hours there, basically. Alright, alright. We're not stopping yet, we're gonna keep going, but... But I'm gonna do my usual break and... I'm getting low on tea, so I want to get the water boiling and all that. Stretch my legs, go to the bathroom. Anyone else around do the same. I'm gonna be back in like 5 minutes or so. We'll see. I also gotta check out upon the dogs. Maybe I might be a bit longer. But I won't be too long. BRB. Hi, I'm back. Water finished boiling, so I got my tea seep in here. Decided to go with berry. In fact, I had a strawberry left over, so I chopped that up and put that in there. Because why not? Strawberry is a berry. It says so in the name. Bad. Got up, stretch, got my tea now. Just gotta wait for it to steep and then cool down a bit. Ate a small snack. I'm good to go. I say, continuing to eat more of these chips. Oh man. We get more scenes like what happened last chapter. Episode 5 might be my favorite so far. I don't know what I would call my favorite episode. Thinking of just the question arcs. I might like episode 2 the most. I think maybe 4 would be up there. If they cut down on like the sections with like Maria's backstory and whatnot that they had in there. Like cut them down a little bit. Felt like those were a little bit too long. Oh, but the I do really like how like that fight with Eva Beatrice near the end of episode 3 though. That one was pretty good. Important but very long. Yeah. I do like the little stories. Like all of that. Like past stuff that they showed off, but it could have been cut down a decent bit, I think, and still like held all the important bits and meaning. Anyway, I'm kind of yapping to pass time waiting for my tea and to eat more of these chips. Alright, one more chip and then we continue. But yeah, if we get more scenes like this absolutely destroying Erika, this one will be my favorite episode. And we still got like 3 more to go after this, right? Oh, I gotta remember that there's probably tea parties to watch like after this one is done. Just like the question arcs. Alright. I'm good. I'm not dying. And to go to land, the quiet rain just kept on falling. Let's see where it goes. In. Go back chatting with this Beto. In the arbor sat the sad witch whose eyes had lost their glint, and Battler. Oh, come on, Beatrice, you didn't see all that sick stuff that happened just now? Certainly you can react to that. Agilia could also be seen there. She sat next to Beto, knitting quietly. Alright, old woman. Old. Under Delta's game had passed the climax of the first twilight, and they were taking a short break. Gazing out the golden rose garden soaked with rain, Battler thought back on the present that was to come, and what had happened so far. Like Beto reaction? Nothing. To Battler, thinking was itself a battle. Even with the game stopped and Beto unable to speak, she could still keep on fighting. He could still keep on fighting. Virgilia suddenly stopped her knitting. Battler I noticed too. Though no one should have been able to visit this rose garden, they had noticed a silhouette approaching. Who dares intrude upon this place? Oh. I'm not very angry at you. You're allowed to be here. Proceed. That silhouette, walking through the quietly falling rain without so much as an umbrella, was Eleanor. Mrs. He's married?
こちらへ。客人を雨に濡らすもてなしなど、私たちは心得ませんよ。
She's an opponent, but she's not mean about it, so she can live. She's not Erika, so she's allowed to stay.
大丈夫。彼女は戦いに来たわけではありませんよ。
知り合いなのか？
天界の古い友人の一人です。ずいぶん懐か
From
しいです
heaven.
ね。
You been there? Would surprise me.
懐かしいです。ミセス・ワルギリアは天界学問にも造形が深くおられる。よく解釈をめぐって議論を戦わせたものです。
あなたとの数々の知的冒険は楽しかったですよ。またいつかご一緒したいものですね。
ええ、またいつかご一緒に必ず。あなたとはぜひまた戦いたいです。
Again. They used the word fight, but it didn't sound like they meant anything unpleasant by it. It sounded like something old chess rivals would say to each other. Her arm does look like a big old chess piece. Unlike Beto, it seemed that Virgilia had always acted properly and courteously. So she had many friends in various other worlds, including both heaven and the demon world. Surprisingly, Eleanor was one of them. Eleanor, who had crossed swords with me just a short while ago, bowed her head as if to thank us for allowing her shelter from the sudden rain, and sat in the seat Virgilia pointed out, like a guest.
紅茶に希望はありますか？
何でも。あなたの入れた紅茶ならどれでも絶品です。
Herb.
では、ダージリンも、バトラ君も、ベアトも、おかわりはいりますか？
ああ、俺もベアトももらうぜ。な。
As usual, Beto didn't answer. But if he quietly gave her a cup, she would sip it from time to time. There was still some black tea left in that cup, but it had already chilled. The battler asked for a refill for Beto as well.
お噂には聞いておりました。残虐で知られた無限の魔女ベアトリーチェもこうなっては寂しいものです。
こいつはもうゲームには参加してねえよ。ゲーム版のこいつを操ってるのはラムダデルタだ。
存じております。です
Oh, you know?
が本来のこの世界の主です。そしてあなたはその主に招かれた正当な客人です。ですからこうしてご挨拶に参じました。
On the game board, Beto and I met Eleanor, but those were the game pieces of those witches. They weren't Beto and me ourselves.
だからわざわざここまでバトラ君とベアトに挨拶に来てくれたのですか？相変わらず律儀な子ですね。
私の流儀です。はじめまして、ミスター・バトラ。
Mr.
ドラノール・エノックスと申します。敵対する役ではありますが、よろしくお願いいたします。
おう、後ろにはバトラだ。よろしく頼むぜ。
はじめまして、ミス・ベアトリーチェ。ドラノール・エノックスと申し。
ベアト、お前に挨拶してるぜ。
looking so sad still.
ありがとうございます。ミス・ベアトリーチェ。
Battler is controlled by Burn for the replay scene, so that whole scene we saw just now was Burn and Lambda having proxy romance. Yeah, that checks out. She embarrassed her own piece on purpose. Actually, does Erika know that? The one we see in the, like, freaking witch zone from time to time? Purgatory, whatever you might want to call it. Right, that tea probably seeped enough. Very nice. Probably not, huh? The witch and the Inquisitor, whose job it was to hunt witches, greeted each other around a tea table surrounded by the aroma of black tea. It was a strange sight. Regalia made gold butterflies appear from the palm of her hands, and transformed them into a teapot and a can of tea leaves. It was a very witch-like way of preparing tea. With magic. Don't know if Erika knows that. She probably still wants to impress Burn either way. He made her lose on purpose! For fun! And then laughed at her! Called her pathetic. That's kind of fucked up. Almost makes me feel sorry for her. But I already don't like her, so I don't think I care. She was a witch, so it wasn't a particularly unusual sight. Though I was a bit concerned whether Delnora, an Inquisitor, could allow herself to watch such a spectacle.
ご安心を。私は振る舞われる紅茶の立て方に口を挟むほど不粋ではありません。
魔法で紅茶を入れているのにか?
So messed up. Almost makes me feel bad. Almost. So close. Actually, not that close at all.
物陰に紅茶の道具があり、私たちに隠れてミセス・ワルキリアが紅茶を入れている。それを魔法で入れたと私たちが解釈・判断し、物語に記した。ノックス第9条でも認められる解釈です。
You're still going by that?
おやおや、9条の解釈は大法院でもタブー視されるほどのデリケートな問題のはず。私的発言とはいえ、首席異端審問官の発言と知られれば首が飛ぶかもしれませんよ。
私がどのような解釈を記そうとも、ミセスの紅茶の味を何ら偽ることにはなりません。ですから、私はその立て方を気にすることはないのです。
He likes the... Though she looked cold, she was a surprisingly tactful person. If Eleanor were to deny that the black tea had been prepared with magic, this magic would surely be crushed in an instant. However, even if it was depicted that a tea set existed here and Virgilia had used it to make tea normally, the result, that Virgilia had made tea, would still remain unchanged.
結果を闇に閉ざす魔法は邪悪です。私たちは許さない。しかし、家庭を包む魔法は邪悪とは限りません。
Huh.
私の敵は邪悪であって、魔法そのものではないのです。
Magic that hides the result. But if it only hides the process, then it's fine. Interesting.
なるほどな。紅茶のもてなしが出てくることが重要なんであって、その立て方についてどうこう突っ込まないのが客の礼儀ってわけか。
That's right. It's common courtesy to be grateful for tea someone makes for you. There's nothing elegant about pushing your way into the kitchen and poking around through the tea-making process.
台所は客人を招く場所ではありません。そしてそこよりの配膳はもてなしの心で美しく飾られるべきです。どうぞ。暑いですよ。
Sunny spot. Where's the sun?
砂糖とミルクも欲しいです。
Milk and tea?
まだストレートでは飲めませんか？
子供なので甘くないとダメです。
魔法ってのは優しい嘘なのか。
嘘というと聞こえが悪いですね。
Oh, I know milk and tea is common. I just never do it. Because it feels strange to me. I know it's common, but it feels strange to me. Particular.
日本語で表現する場合は就職とよ。
子供に飴を与えるとき、ポケットの中でぐしゃぐしゃになったのを出して与えるのと、素敵な手品を見せてそこから飴を出して与えたのでは、与える感情が全く違うはずです。
そりゃ手品でポンと飴を出された方がこじゃれてていいよな。
Makes me think of how Maria's like marshmallow Jack the Lantern like lollipop thing was fixed, I guess, quote unquote, and given back to her.
違います。飴を与えるという結果に対し、より美しく楽しい就職を与えたことに意味があるのです。
Wonder if we're meant to be thinking back to that point while like reading this.
マリアちゃんに飴をあげるとき、ポケットから出して与えるのと、普段から良い子にしていたから妖精さんが持ってきてくれたと言って、こっそりポケットに忍ばせるのは全く違う。
それを全員のアリバイを調べて、誰がポケットに忍ばせたのか調べ上げて特定するのは私は無粋なことと思っています。飴を受け取り少女が喜んだという結果こそが重要です。そして少女を喜ばせるために就職されたことが意味あることなのです。
意外だな。魔法と名がつけば全否定みたいな感じで登場しやがったの。
異端審問官としてはそう振る舞います。職務ですので。ですが、職務を離れているときはそこまで冷酷になりたくありません。
勤務中は市場は持ち込まないってわけか。できるやつだ。
異端審問官として魔女を狩るのは仕事です。しかし一個人としては魔女を憐れんでいます。しかし異端審問官としては無慈悲に断罪します。結果において私が魔女たちを処刑するのに変わりはない。私の憐れみなど所詮は無駄な就職に過ぎません。あってもなくても何も変わらない。ならなくてもいい。
そんなことはありませんよ。結果が同じでも心が違えば大きく意味が異なることもあります。あなたの母が焼いたクッキーは優れたパティシエが作るクッキーよりきっと美味しかったはず。それは心が込められていることを知っているからですよ。
そうだな。結果が同じに見えても真心ってやつがあるかないかで意味は。
そうでしょうか。私の心などあってもなくても何の意味もない。
Nora's gaze fell to her cup, a little sadly.
なことはね。今の話を聞いて俺はお前の見方を少し変えたぞ。だから心が無意味なんてことは絶対にねえ。
Julia was a little surprised to hear the words she could have said coming from Battler's mouth. After all, understanding the heart was the first step towards magic's true nature. Perhaps Battler was unconsciously starting to understand bit by bit. The essence of Beto, the essence of witches. And the very first essence of all, the essence of magic. Whether you want to become a witch or vanquish them, the very first step is learning about magic. Virgilia was sure that she felt this faint change within Battler.
先ほどの戦いではありがとうございました。
Oh man, I'm like... And my 4 witches were against him! I'm starting to become unsure. Right now, I want to be the four of them just to freaking go against Erika. And this moment here is pretty nice as well. I like Delnor.
最後の最後に慈悲を与えてくれたこと、感謝いたします。
俺は俺じゃねえぜ。ラムダデルタが操ってたんだ。
I joined in on the 5th game partway through. At this point in the story, I still hadn't joined. Up until the point when I did join, the piece me is probably being controlled by Birkenstell or Lambda Delta.
あいつらどういう気まぐれだろうな。
That chick is real. How can you say that in red? How did you make the text red? That's insane.
妙にかっこよくしてくれやがって。あれじゃまるで俺がベアトを助けに来たナイト様みてえじゃないか。
ラムダデルタ教は魔女と人間のそれぞれが均衡し、ドローゲームとなることを望んでいます。エリカの登場により天秤が人間側に大きく傾いたので、
Sure you did.
するように物語を操ったのでしょう。
それは知っています。しかし駒はできないことはできない。そして本来の性格にふさわしい行為を得意とする。だからあれは確かにあなたのバトラの成し得たことです。
Yeah, I can see Battler doing all of that.
だからあなたに感謝するのです。
You slash me to change the text color to the color of my name. Behold, sick. I can't even see the color name in this chat window that I have up. Interesting that it works in this chat window, though. That one was blue. Yes, yes. I don't think it showed up blue on the little like chat scroll thing that I have, though. I wasn't paying attention to that.
ゲームがもう少し進めば、俺の駒も俺が操るようになるだろうよ。
Doesn't? Ah, that's a bit sad.
その時にも優しく手加減するかはわからねえぜ。
私も同じです。次に太刀を交えるときは遅れは取りません。
上等だ。相手してやるぜ。全力で来い。
約束します。全力です。
Eleanor. I thought she was an emotionless killer doll without a heart. But maybe she actually is pretty approachable. Though of course neither of us will show any mercy when fighting on the game board. For a while we gazed at the rain-drenched rose garden as we quietly enjoyed our tea. Oh? Eleanor suddenly murmured something.
何がだ? さっきの戦いのことならもうノーサイドだぜ。お互い全力で戦ったろ。勝ち負けは時の運だぜ。
いいえ、時の運ではありません。それに任せられなかったから私は謝罪に訪れたのです。
What do you mean by that?
何の話だ?
勝ちを譲ったということですね。
Furudo spoke softly, without hesitating in her knitting.
はい、ミスター・バトラー。
ミスターはかゆいぜ。バトラーでいい。
バトラー、謝罪します。私たちは全力ではありませんでした。
分かっていますよ。金蔵は全ゲーム開始時に死亡している。すでにベアトによって語られている真実です。あの戦いはバトラ君には引き分けに持ち込めれば上々。勝ち目は絶対にないはずの戦いでした。
そうだな。一言そう言われちまえばそれで終わっちまう戦いだった。なぜその赤を使わなかった？まさかステイルメイトだからというのか？
ノックス第2条、 探偵方法に超自然能力の使用を禁ず。
Oh, okay, so basically Erika couldn't use that red because it would have been knowledge outside of the game board, huh?
その赤き真実を私たちは直接使うことができません。
Didn't she break that rule by declaring that she was a detective in red? Hmm.
しかし窓が降雨後に開かれたことはないという赤き真実を私は窓を守っていたコーネリアに持たせていました。
Oh, that would have been it.
どうしてあの姉ちゃんはその切り札を切らなかった？
これは金系。我が赤が破れる道理はなし。そなたの望み叶うことなしと知りたまえ。
Wait, telling me she just got flustered and couldn't say the red truth correctly? Though she had fought calmly up to that point, she quickly got flustered when I dashed forwards. I scared her! I thought she had been frightened by my sudden attack, but the truth was different. Even though she held a trump card which could completely repel me, she suddenly became unable to use it and hesitated.
わかりません。突然あの瞬間に切り札の使用が禁じられたのです。
The detective exists as a concept somewhere outside of just the supernatural, baseless red that people use, so Erika can say that. I guess I accept that. That instant use of that trump card suddenly became forbidden. Really?
それを失った時点であなたの勝利は約束されました。
ゲームマスターラムダデルタ教の干渉でしょう。
あいつね。
Righto.
結局あの戦いは全てラムダデルタの手のひらでの茶番ってわけか。俺たちはあいつの筋書き通りにお芝居をやらされたってわけだ。
不愉快とは思います。しかし全力で来いとおっしゃられたバトラにそれを打ち明けぬわけにはいきませんでした。許してください。
それでもあなたは切り札を失っても残されたカードで全力で戦いましたよ。あなたを非難など誰にできるでしょう。
そうだな。むしろ余計なことをしやがってとラムダデルタを怒るべきだぜ。
金像が存在しないのはすでに確定事項のはず。ラムダデルタ教もベルンカステル教もそれをよくご存知のはずです。なのに2人とも金像が存在する余地を残してゲームを進めています。まるで2人で結託して金像を否定させないかのようです。
Inspiring to prevent Kinzo's existence. I wonder if that goes back to what I was thinking before, where they want to use that as like the last moment to mess with Natsui.
つまりじい様をわざと逃がしたと。
はい、何かの意図があるに違いありません。
確かに少しラムダデルタ教とベルンカステル教は魔女が優勢にならない限り対立する関係にあるはず。現在の流れでは2人が結託することは考えがたいのですが、
私には何か邪悪な目的があるように思えてなりません。それをお伝えしたくて私はここまで参りました。
What I said at the beginning, pretty much the whole deal is like the end of the Golden Witch, right? I think that's what was said. But they could have just ended Beatrice right there. Maybe they just wanted to go on a bit longer? Hmm.
お前、そんなことのためにわざわざここまで来てくれたのか。
はい。ですので私はもう用事を終えました。これにて失礼しようと思います。ゲームもじきに再開するでしょう。エリカと今後のゲームを打ち合わせねばなりませんので。
Eleanor gulped down the last of her black tea and stood up.
次は第二の番の戦いにて。
The second twilight.
そこにて私は再び無慈悲の太刀を振り上げるでしょう。ですからどうかバトラも私に慈悲などかけぬように。
わかってるぜ。手加減なんかしたらこっちの頭が叩き割られちまうぜ。
ゲーム版での私はベルンカステル教の駒フルドエリカの手先も同然です。これからも敵として何度も立ちはだかるでしょう。しかし私の心は本来中立です。いや、忘れてください。そんなことはあなたと私の関係においては何の意味もない。
あるぜ。強敵であることは間違いないが、あんたをムカつきはしなくなった。
Likes her.
エリカのやつは最高にムカつくがな。
Just like me.
よかった。私もフルドエリカにはムカついています。
He hates her too. Eleanor's expression finally softened slightly. At the very last moment, it felt as though we finally understood each other. Oh, I'm well aware. You don't need to tell me that.
先ほどの敗北で面目を潰され、復讐心に燃えたぎっています。何を企んでいるのか、私にもわかりません。ですが、ろくなことのわけがない。注意してください。
Thanks for the warning.
困った時点で気を許す気はないぞ。
Eleanor nodded, as though satisfied, left the eaves of the arbor, and walked out into the rain.
あのような邪悪の手先を務めることになろうとは。どうして私はこの世界に呼ばれたのか。
Eleanor let out a small sigh. Pieces can do nothing except fulfill the function they have been given. And that function is given to them by the one who controls them. You probably can't disobey Birkenstell, the player in control of her.
呼んだのはベルンカステル教かもしれない。しかし、この世界に受け入れたのはベアトです。この子が望まなければ、あなたは迷路庭園を抜け、ここへは至れなかったのだから。ね、ベアト。
ミス・ベアトリーチェ、あなたは私に何を求められるのか。邪悪の手先としての私があなたの何かに答えられるならば幸いなのですが。
He spoke of Beto, but of course there was no response. After bowing once more in thanks for the black tea, Eleanor disappeared off into the rainy rose garden. Goodbye.
この黄金鏡にはベアトが望まない限り誰もたどり着けないのか。
ええ、ドラノールをここへ呼んだのはこの子なのですよ。
ベアト
So why?
あいつをここへ呼び俺に合わせたのか。
But I know a person who reached this place despite Beto's wishes. Angie. In the last game, Angie reached this place by herself, even though she was an uninvited guest. That also something Beto desired?
ここに私がいて、あなたがいることも、ベアトがいることも、そしてドラノールが招かれたことも、すべてはこの子が望んだことなのです。ドラノールとあなたが過ごした このささやかな紅茶の時間さえも。
ベアト、俺はあいつから何を知れと言うんだ。それがお前の心臓を探し出し、安らかに眠らせることと関係があるのか。
Delnor A. Nox. The natural enemy of witches. Inquisitor. A vanguard of mystery who denies fantasy. Is she here to help me gouge out your heart and arrest your breathing? Hmm.
立ってください。
Conclusion, Delnor, my beloved.
片足で。
What are you doing now? Cornelia slowly got up and stood on one leg as she's been ordered. Her hands were clasped behind her back because she had been ordered to do so. Then, with a loud thump, Erika shoved her from behind with both hands. Really, dude? Cornelia landed on the floor, face first with a thud.
立ってください。片足で。
Cornelia rose shakily. Then once again she stood on one leg as she's been ordered to. She'd been ordered not to try and keep her balance, so she had fallen on her face over and over again. I hate her so much. She has barely managed to protect her nose, but after smashing against the floor so many times, her face was bright red. She wasn't shedding any tears. No, she couldn't shed them, because she was forbidden to do even that.
立ってください。片足で。
Thump. Thud.
立ってください。片足で。
Erika repeated this falling torture over and over again. At times like this, Erika hated counting things, so she decided that when she ran out of fingers to keep count on, she would just keep on going until she lost interest. However, Erika's main redeeming feature was that she never lost interest in anything, so the torture continued on without end. Erika didn't know the truth of why Cornelia had been unable to fully protect the window. So the whole time since then, she had been criticizing her, blaming her entirely for their defeat.
近景慎んで申し上げ立てまつるコーネリアの咎を許したまえ。すでに彼女の咎のみそぎには十分なり
ああ、そうですか。では、ここからはあなたが代わってください。
ガートルードに咎はなきなりや。
ガートルード、立ってください。片足で。両手は後ろで組むよう。
Richard followed the order and clasped her hand behind her back, standing on one leg.
抱いて踏みとどまってはダメですよ。膝を折ることも許しません。涙をこぼすことも許しませんから。いいですね。
御意。
ガートルード。
Erika took her time walking behind Gertrude. She was even enjoying making her wonder when she'd push. At that moment, Gertrude and Cornelia burst into a bright light and disappeared. Delnor had returned at some point, and had sent them back to heaven for the time being. Erika, who had her fun spoiled, directed an openly malicious expression at Delnor.
ミス・エリカ、我が部下の咎は上司の私が背負います。どうか部下をお許しください。
ノーサンキューです。お仕置きってのは苦痛を与えるから意味があるんです。傷一つつかない無痛覚の人形女など面白くもなんともありません。
Delnor, please beat her up. Punch her with that big ass fucking gauntlet you have on. Erika slowly grabbed hold of the back of Delnor's hair and tugged on it unrelentingly. Delnor's neck tilted unnaturally backwards, creaking.
傷はつきませんが、傷つきはします。
あんたに傷つく心なんてあるわけもないです。魔女狩り殺人人形の分際で 私に口答えする気ですか？大ベルンカステル教の使者にして分身のこの私に。
いいえ。
あんたらが使えないから私がベルンカステル教にお叱りを受けるんです。二度と無様な真似は見せないでください。いいですね。
He pulled back the hair she had grabbed even more strongly. This didn't cause Delnor any physical pain, but she could clearly feel Erika's ill will.
失礼しました。お許しください。
クズが。
With a sound like taut string snapping, she ripped out several strands of Delnor's hair. Then Erika waved her hand as though trying to shake off something dirty that had gotten stuck to it.
いいです。これで終わりにします。ようやく私の怒りも収まり、灰色の脳細胞がうずいてきましたから、あの使えない二人を呼び戻して現場の再構築をしてください。推理ゲームを始めましょう。
わかりました。ガートルード、コーネリア。
よい。
Ooh. The two of them reappeared behind Delnor and reconstructed his crime scene for Erika, the one who had just been tormenting them.
金蔵の失踪なんて第一の番のおまけでしかありません。さあ、第一の番の検証を始めましょう。とその前に、実は私たちは殺人事件の発生以前から一つの謎を突きつけられていることをご存知ですか？
はい。昨夜の24時の何者かのノックによって現れた片翼のわしの刻まれた手紙です。
そうです。一見物語はその瞬間に人間の誰にも不可能であったと語り、未知の魔女が存在しているかのような幻想を作り出しています。まずはこの魔女幻想を叩き潰すことから始めましょう。手紙が届けられた昨晩の食堂の状況から確認していきます。
了解です。ガートルード、コーネリア。昨晩の食堂の親族会議を再構築。
よい。
Alright. Let's see where she goes with this. The family conference last night was conducted with the adult relatives and Battler present. And partway through, the servants arrived to serve tea.
手紙が現れた瞬間の全員の立ち位置を確認しましょうか。どうなってましたっけ？
近景謹んで申し上げる。親族会議以前にエリカ、ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ナンジュ、ゴーダ、熊沢は屋敷より退出しゲストハウスへ移動したものなり。
近家謹んで申し上げる。残りはクラウス、ナツキ、ゲンジの3人のみが2階廊下におり、それ以外の全員は食堂におりしこと申し上げたてまつる。
Then who was letter?
屋敷は親族会議の先んじて全て施錠されていたため、それ以外の人間は屋敷に入ることができません。
おやおや、それでは屋敷内の誰にも食堂の扉をノックして手紙を置くことはできないということになりますね。
そうなります。その人物こそが手紙を記した魔女ベアトリーチェであるとの魔女側の主張でしょう。
バカバカしい、くだらないトリックです。手紙が24時の瞬間に置かれた保証はありません。それ以前にもう置かれていたと考えるのが常識的です。
手紙が発見されるほんの数分前にシャノンとカノンを給仕に呼んでいます。2人を迎え入れる際、廊下に手紙などの不審物が一切なかったことを複数が確認しています。
So it couldn't have been them.
クラウス、ナツキ、ゲンジのうちの誰かがその直後に隙を見て手紙を置いただけのことでしょう。いえいえ、ゲストハウスに行ったはずの人物でも可能です。屋敷は施錠され、外部の人間は入れなかったそうですが、ゲストハウスに戻ったふりをして屋敷内にこっそりと隠れていた人間がいたなら、その人物が手紙を置いたとしても何ら問題はありません。
Okay.
金系青き真実
となると問題はノックです。手紙と違いノックの瞬間にその場に存在しなくてはなりません。
Also true.
それこそが魔女という名のいないはずの人物が存在する証拠だと。実にバカバカしいにも程があります。その程度でこのフルドエリカが屈服するとでもまずノックが確かに食堂の扉を叩いたものなのか。
Oh, you know, I was thinking that earlier. Maybe it could have been someone inside, like against the wall, just knocking on the wall, like with their hands behind her back. I'm guessing that's the point she's gonna make there, maybe.
例えばですが、屋敷の構造上2階の特定の柱を叩くと音が柱を
Ooh,
伝わり、
okay, that's something else. Similar.
食堂の人間はあたかも扉をノックされたかのように誤認してしまうとか、あるいは偶然何かの音をノックと聞き間違え同様に誤認してしまうとか、あるいはノック音を録音したテープがこっそり再生されていて、
Oh, they did have the like that recorder thing.
それがちょうどあのタイミングで聞こえるように細工されていたのかもしれない。いずれにせよ扉の向こうに誰もいなくてもいくらでも考えられます。いかがです、我が主、我が推理。だそうだけどいかが。
ベルの可愛い子のが精一杯頑張って考えた青き真実みたいだから、気前よく赤き真実をサービスしちゃおうかしら。まずは手紙からいこうかしら。
Ooh.
24時の大時計の鐘の時に鳴ったノック、そして扉を開けたらそこに置かれていた片翼の足の封筒の手紙。
Right, right.
客間にいなかった人間がこっそりと廊下に置いていったのだろうという想像は実に王道よね。フランス、ナツキ、ゲンジの3人はその手紙に触れてさえいない。
へえ、じゃあシャノン・カノンが救助に訪れて扉を閉じる瞬間に最後に食堂に入った最後尾の人間は誰？例えばカノンとか、最後尾のカノンが扉を閉めるときにこっそりポトリと手紙を落とせば簡単じゃない。
食堂の全員の誰も、いえ、もっとシンプルな言い方をするわ。24時の時点で屋敷内にいた誰一人あの手紙を廊下に置いた者はいないわ。
Wow, alright. Among all those inside the mansion at midnight, not a single one of them placed a letter in the hallway. So it would have to be one of the ones that left for the guest house, right? Because they wouldn't have been in the mansion anymore, right?
という言い方はできないわけ。
Oh, that's another point I didn't think of.
彼らは拾って触れたわ。触れてないとまでは言えるわけない。
Good cover with that.
じゃあこういう解釈だわ。24時の時点で屋敷外に存在した何者かがあらかじめ手紙を廊下以外の場所に置いたのよ。そして何らかの方法でそれが移動して最終的に廊下に置かれた。
That's a wild idea there.
想像ですが、例えば使用人たちが押してきたお茶の道具を積んだ配膳車の壁の裏側に貼り付けられていたとか、それは時間が経てば剥がれてしまうような簡単な接着、それはやがて剥がれ落ちて存在しないはずの魔女が置いていった手紙となる。
An extremely roundabout way to do things, holy.
現れるようにすることで真の差出人がその時刻にアリバイを作ろうとする古典的トリックです。
金系青き真実。
ちょうど都合よく食堂の扉の前に落ちたのは犯人にとって幸運だっただけということ。下手をすればそこは厨房か廊下か、はたまた食堂の中だったかもしれません。はあ、グッと食堂の中ならば随分と素敵ですね。全員の監視の中、突然床に手紙が現れる。食堂という密室に忽然とその場の誰も触れていないという赤を維持したまま。
お見事です。 配膳者の下部に手紙を貼り付ける行為なら誰が犯人でも可能です。手紙についてはまずね。でもそれと同じ論法がノックについても通用するかしら。
How do you explain the knock?
もう一度同じやりとりをしようかしら。どうぞ。クラウス、ナツキ、ゲンジの3人はノックをしていない。
Alright, so the 3 that were outside didn't knock.
これは扉だけはノックしていないという限定的な意味じゃないわよ。音が伝わる柱だろうと録音した
Ooh,
カセッ
okay.
トテープを
Also
再生
confirming that there's no other method
そ
of
の
making the
ノック
sound.
音を生み出したことは断じてないという意味。無論直接的にも間接的にも
Direct, indirect, intentional, coincidental, and unintentional. It's all bases covered with that one.
すでにくさびを打ってるけど繰り返すね。クラウス、ナツキ、ゲンジたち3人以外の誰かがノック、あるいはノックと誤認させる音を発生させたのかもしれない。
近家謹んで申し上げたてまつり。24時の時点で2階廊下にいたクラウス、ナツキ、ゲンジの3人と食堂にいた全員以外の一切の人間は屋敷内に存在しなかった旨申し上げたてまつり。
近景謹んで申し上げる。クラウス、ナツキ、ゲンジの3人に加え食堂の全員もまたこのノックとはノック音を生み出す直接的、
Listen to Cross.
間接的、意図的、無意識的、偶発的な全てを含めるものなり。
Or knocking includes all direct, indirect, intentional, unintentional, and coincidental events that could create a knocking sound. So, a direct knock refers to someone literally hitting the door to make a knocking sound. An intentional knock refers to someone creating a fake knocking sound with the intent to make it appear that someone knocked. An unintentional knock refers to someone unintentionally creating a fake knocking sound. A coincidental knock refers to some kind of coincidence creating a fake knocking sound.
つまり屋敷にいた人物全員がノック音の発生源とはなり得ないという意味です。そしてこの全員とは誰も把握していない観測されていない人物であったとしても
Anyone also includes any people who might have gone undetected or unobserved. Anyone who is in the mansion also includes any unknown person X who was secretly hiding in the mansion. Therefore, this literally meant that it was impossible for anyone inside the mansion to knock, with no wordplay allowed.
なるほど。どうひっくり返そうとも、いわゆるゲストハウス組にしかノック音の生成は不可能というわけですね。例えば、私、このフルドエリカがカセットテープにノック音を録音し、それをどこかにこっそり仕掛け、ちょうど24時頃に再生されるような仕掛けを施したなら、もちろん24時の時点では屋敷にはいないわけです。これなら何も問題ないじゃないですか。
問題ないです。しかし扉の前に手紙があればこそノックがその存在を教えるきっかけとなりますが、もし厨房などに手紙が落下していたらノックは手紙の存在を教えるものにはならなかったように思います。
If the trick in Erika's theory about the letter being stuck to the serving cart was accurate, then the location of that the letter fell was a matter of luck. The people in the dining hall were able to notice it due to knock only because it had fortunately fallen near the door. However, if the location it fell was a matter of chance, it might have landed in a far-off kitchen, or even remained stuck the entire time. If that had happened, the knock would have been ignored as though they just imagined it. In other words, Samadhi, the knock itself carries no message at all, only in combination with the letter. Where have I heard something like this before? It was when Battler was talking about the meaning of the murders and the epitaph. Separately, they have no meaning, but together... What? Freaking headphone wire getting caught on some things. Only in combination with the letter is the knock capable of asserting that someone existed there. In that case, the knock can't be combined with the theory of the letter falling from the bottom of a serving cart at a random location. The letter must be reliably positioned on the other side of the door so that it can be discovered thanks to the knock. However, it was declared in red that no one in the mansion placed the letter there in the hallway. Oh?
屋敷内の誰一人手紙を廊下に置いた者はいない。それは直接的、間接的、意図的、偶発的、無意識的、すべての概念だよ。
Every conceivable possibility. There it is again. That's a very strong red truth.
例えば、配電車に停車すると手紙が落ちるという仕掛けがあったと仮定する。これならば、食堂の扉でノックするために一度停車するだろうことが事前に予見できるから、うまいこと扉の前に手紙を落とせるように思えるかもしれない。しかしこれもダメなのよ。配電車を停車させることが廊下に手紙を置くという行為を間接的に示してる。よってこれでは台車を押していたシャノンとカノンが間接的に無意識に置いたことになってしまう。だからこれもダメ。
So nothing involving anyone at the mansion at the time could be used to place the letter there. So it would have to be whoever went to the guest house, right? But they weren't present in the mansion at the time that it was done, so how?
さらに言うと、時間が経てば剥がれて落ちる仕掛けも、そこまで配電車を押した人間によって偶発的に無意識に置いたことになってしまう。もちろんこれもダメ。
副賞要求。24時の時点で屋敷以外に存在するには、エリカ、ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ナンジー、
This mystery is so BS. Only Erika, George, Jessica, Maria, Nanjo, Goda, and Kumasawa existed out there in the mansion. Say if someone in the dining hall slipped out the window just for an instant of midnight and didn't exist in the mansion at the time. With a bit of wordplay like that, it might be possible to get out the red truth. Get around the red truth.
副賞要求？気前よく赤をサービスしてるからってちょっと欲張りすぎじゃない？私、ベアトみたいにバカじゃないから相手の求める副賞にペラペラ答えたりなんかしないわよ。
今度お風呂でマシュマロとコンペイトのスクラブで全身マッサージしてあげるよ。
Don't tell me you go along with that.
ハゲるくらいゴリゴリと。
絶対よ、約束だからね、ジュルリ。じゃあいいわ、サービスしちゃう。副賞要求に答えるわ。24時の時点で屋敷以外に存在するのはエリカ、ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、南條、ゴーダ、熊沢のみである。
In other words, try as we might, those 8 people, including Erika, cannot exist inside the mansion, much less in front of the door. And at the same time, try as we might, those who are inside the mansion cannot exist outside the mansion.
なら、配電車ではなく、廊下の天井に手紙を貼り付けてあったのかもしれません。廊下の天井は案外高いから、堂々と貼り付けてあっても誰も気づかないかもしれない。これなら廊下に落ちるのは確定的。そしてそれを屋敷外の人物が行ったなら赤も潜れる。
グッと私。
緊急謹んで申し上げる。廊下天井に手紙が存在したことはなきなり。
緊急謹んで申し上げる。配電車に手紙が触れたことはなきと知りたまえ。
Never on the ceiling, never touched the serving cart, rather.
知らないです、そんなこと。とにかく屋敷以外の人間が何かのトリックであそこに手紙を置いてみせたんです。 あの手紙とノックでベアトリーチェを存在させようなどという目論みはこのフルドエリカには断じて通用しません。
近景謹んで申し上げる。屋敷以外の全員は親族会議開始後屋敷内にて何を行うことも不可能なり。
Or anyone outside dimension to influence anything inside dimension after the start of the conference. So you're saying it can't be anyone who left for the Get South?
じゃあ親族会議以前に屋敷以外の何者かが何らかの仕掛けを施したのよ。天井と配膳者以外でです。近景、青き真実、無効なりや。なんでですか。それしかないでしょ。天井と配膳者以外の何かに屋敷以外の誰かが何か仕掛けをしたのよ。近景、その何かを特定もしくは仮定せぬ限り青き真実とは認められぬものなり。
近景、手紙についてのエリカ教の青き真実は全て失われたものなり。
She's not permitted to use Trap X. If only they didn't deny the use of that early on. She could have used Battler's favorite trick. Too bad for her.
全て失われたですって。言い方にもう少し気を使ってください。使えない家具の皆さん。
Furniture.
その仕掛けを思いつきさえすれば即座にチェックメイトなんです。それを全てこの探偵フルドエリカによくもそんな口を。
Oh, she's so mad again. Erika's face twisted. Those words that seemed to deny Erika. No, Erika's deductions were the worst form of torture and humiliation to her.
ミス・エリカ、手紙の謎は一度保留してはいかがです。ノックの推理、屋敷以外の何者かがカセットテープなどで聞かせたとする青き薬は未だに有効です。音が可能なら手紙もまた不可能ではないはず。
The singer made to grab and pull Gertrude's hair. Delnor stopped her with those words.
そうです。ノックについては私の青き真実全てを否定されてなんていません。我が主、手紙の謎は必ずや解いてみせます。お時間の猶予をお許しください。しかしノックの謎については確かにここに屋敷以外の人物がカセットテープなどでノック音を聞かせる仕掛けを施したとする青きくさびでうがちました。
Is she gonna deny that one too?
本当に可愛い子ね、ベルンのコマも。本当にけなげだわ。とりあえず2つの謎のうち1つは降参だけど1つは解けたからお許しをって叫んでる。どうする？許してあげる？
そうね。私の駒の分際で降参なんて外さるし、一つは解いてみせたのなら今回は多めに見てあげようかしら。
我が主。
When Birkenstell said she let it slide, Erika couldn't hide her relief.
じゃあお仕置きだわ、エリカちゃん。
She was waiting for that, you fool!
すべての人物はノック音を誤認することはない。
Ooh. None of the characters would misidentify Knocking Stone.
へえ、何それ。
ノック音を誤認しないということはつまりノック音によく似た他の音をノック音と勘違いしたりはしないということよ。柱を叩くとノックに似た音がするなんてのもアウト。ノック音をカセットテープに録音したとしてもそれはもはやノック音を録音したテープの音である。ノック音ではない。
When you record a knocking sound or cassette tape and play it back, it becomes the sound of a tape with a knocking sound on it, not a knocking sound. It's still technically a real knocking sound, just played back, right? I'm not sure I agree with that, but it's against Erika, so I'll let it slide.
だからこれもアウト。つまり実際にあの扉を叩いたノック音を全員は正確に識別し
Something hitting the door. If you're listening to the Phone recording of a concert. That's not the same as listening to. Yeah, I guess. I guess. Yeah.
絶対に聞き間違いないということよ。あの扉を直接叩く以外のあらゆる音をノックと誤解することは絶対にありえないということ。
Or did I set up a clever device that like with a long arm and a stick and had it hit the door at midnight when the clock rang out? Where is the clock positioned in relation to the door? It's actually making me think a little bit. Maybe such a thing might be possible. Think about it and... What kind of mechanism involving the clock? For it to happen, like, directly at midnight, too? So mad.
でもそれじゃあの24時の鐘の音の時存在しないことになるじゃありませんか。
そうよ、存在しないわよ。だって黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが叩いたんだもの。
つまりあの扉を叩く以外ごまかしようはないってことよね。
You know what? I feel like this entire game's like invalid. Like, cause Lambda Delta's already doing that thing where she's like making up a voice to talk directly to Natsui. What's stopping her from doing something similar to like knocking on the door, putting a letter there, interfering in a way she shouldn't have? Cause certainly her talking to Natsui like through the phone like that shouldn't ever be allowed. It's made up all to like make the pieces suffer, cause that's what they enjoy, right? That's what's going on here.
ならこういうのはどう？扉をノックしてくれる何かの仕掛けとか、自動のドアノッカーみたいな仕掛けがあって、
Automatic door knocker.
ノックすることができたとか。
ノックは人が手で扉を叩くものよ。仕掛けで叩いたなんて認めないわ。24時の鐘の時にノックが聞こえたわ。その時食堂の人物全員が確かにそれを聞いたわ。そして彼らは誰もノック音を誤認しない。
None of them would misinterpret a knocking sound.
夏希、源氏の3人はノックに関わっていない。それ以外の人物は誰も屋敷内に存在もしない。そしてノックは直接扉の前に立ち手で扉を叩く行為を指す。ねえベル、どう？私の赤はまだ第一の番以前なのになかなかシンプルで遊びがいがあるでしょ。黄金の魔女はノックの音とともに静かに降臨。
Oh.
面白いわ。本当に面白いわ、ラムダ。こうでなくっちゃ。ああ、面白い。
And I hate this face that she makes. Dude, which is doubled over laughing, as though this was the most fun thing in the world.
若主、ご安心よ。その程度の赤、我が灰色の脳細胞は時間さえ与えられれば。あらそう、ありがとう。そして失望だわ、エリカ。
Disappointed.
退屈だわ、エリカ。この私の駒にして分身のあなたにもお手上げなんて本当に情けなくて笑えるわ。わからないならいつまでも沈黙しててちょうだい。そして分かった時だけ口を開いてちょうだい。 あんたなんて所詮はこんないてもいなくても私がゲームを進めるには支障がないのだから特に推理が思いつかないならおとなしく駒置き場にでも戻って誇りをかぶっててちょうだい。
Oh,
使え
right.
ない駒は記憶に留めるのも苦痛だわ。
I think I actually liked Burn in like the first 4 episodes.
あんたもうちょっと頑張らないとベルに忘れられちゃうわよ。忘却の駒置き場で永遠に埃にまみれながら決してこの出番を待つのってとっても辛いと思うけれど。ご安心を。ダイダムタデルタ教、そして必ずやお気に入りいただくことができるよう二度と失望させぬ活躍を約束いたします。
ああ、さすがは私の分身ね。頼もしいわ。なら本当に頑張ってね。いろいろとあまり活躍がないと私あなたのこと忘れちゃうかもしれないんだから。
Both of them. As the two witches giggled, they continued discussing the letter and the knot. There was no room for Erika to step in. If she resigned herself to that, she would literally have no place to go, and would be buried in eternal oblivion. Erika endured with a hideous expression, looking with shame at the back of the master who was ignoring her. And with both fists clenched, he thought frantically for some kind of breakthrough. I am the detective. I am Furudo Erika. I am the peace and double and servant of the great Lady Birkenstell. I'll definitely make her satisfied. Satisfied, definitely. Definitely. Show me a battler, how dare you humiliate me so. As she stood there, ignored by the witches and shrouded in darkness, it looked like she had been made to go stand on her own in the hallway. Still like her? Fun character. She is a fun character, but I meant like... I used to think she was good! She's just horrible. A horrible person. Horrible witch. I thought we were friends and working together. Should have never trusted any witch. Classic burn trick. Her being like pretty much emotionless up into the very end of like the last tea party in the Answer arcs was really good. Similar to Virgilia. How I thought she was nice and pretty alright up until like the very end. When she was trying to force Battler to sign the paper. Man. I should just trust none of them at all, ever. Reasoning, okay, still in chapter 12. Never trust a witch, that is true. Which makes me feel conflicted, because I'm starting to like Beethoven again. Oh, man. Alright, alright. Let's continue a bit more. With the crime in the early morning, we completely forgotten about breakfast. So we now had our first meal of the day at a time that can never be called breakfast time. Even Goda-san's wonderful meal, which had supposedly been in the works since yesterday night, provided no comfort. The several empty seats quietly burdened us with pain-filled sadness. Then, in the middle of this meal, that felt like a vigil, Erika suddenly stood up. Everyone focused on her to see what was the matter. Her expression was somewhere on the line between invigorated and insane, as though she'd come up with some groundbreaking and strange invention.
どうした？大丈夫か？
わかりました。わかりました。私にわからないとお思いですか？ええ、わかりましたわ。そんなバカなことあるわけがない。
Oh, what's she going on about now? With an ugly expression covered in cold sweat, Erika glared and lashed out at Battler.
わかったって何が？
あなたが
3階の書斎から飛び降りられるわけなんかないじゃないですか。私たちは誰一人あんたが飛び降り中庭に着地したところなんて見てないんですから。
What are you going on about?
あなたは中庭からはしごをかけて3階の窓にルドルフさんが登るのを見ていた時。
Using Bluetooth here? But a ladder set up courtyard and saw Rudolph-san go up to the third
その
story
外
window.
壁の構造をよく観察し、雨どいなどをうまく伝えば3階の窓から中庭に降りることは不可能じゃないと気づいたんです。あなたは飛び降りてなんかいない。雨どいなどを伝え、みっともなく外壁を這い降りたんです。
Oh, she's so mad about that.
私の青き真実は。さあ、反論は？
Truth, what are you talking about? Are you insane?
反論って
反論はない。ならば、私の真実は有効ですね。ほら、見たことか。
He has gone insane.
かっこつけて飛び降りたように見えたのはすべて幻想。あんたはかっこつけて飛び出し、雨どいにしがみついただけなんです。
あの時の論点はじいさまが書斎を脱出可能だったかどうかだぜ。
How he made it down doesn't matter. Only the fact that he was able to get out.
そしてじいさまは窓から抜け出すことも可能だった。
She's focusing on very meaningless, unrelated things now just to try to get back at Battler. It's so sad.
俺はそれを証明しただけだぞ。飛び降りようが這い降りようがそれは変わらねえはずだがな。
はぐらかさないでください。人間風情が3階から飛び降りられるはずがないんです。それ見たことか。それ見たことか。いかがです、我が主、我が推理。
お前疲れてんのか？飯くらい落ち着いて食えよ。
When he escaped, we're actually going back to look at this. When he escaped to the courtyard through the window, Battler really did use the grain gutter to crawl down the wall, just like Erika said. His hand slipped halfway and he fell from a considerable height, but he managed to land on his feet without injuring himself. No one witnessed this, but most likely everyone except Erika currently in the dining hall had realized that something like this had happened. No one believed that he jumped down from the third floor window in the first place. She was the last one to figure that out. Oh man, that's so sad. Even if they hadn't witnessed it directly, they had no clue what Erika was complaining about and obsessing over all this. Obsessing over all of a sudden. And started to whisper, glancing at her with cold eyes and dubious faces. Oh, they're turning on her.
私の青き真実は有効です。我が主、それをどうかお認めください。私は無能ではありません。失望もさせません。必ずやこのようにご期待に応えてみせますから、どうかお見捨てにならないでください。我が主。
Facing someone that might have been somewhere beyond the ceiling, Erika spread her arms and yelled, "Yo, this lady's insane. Lock her up." Then, as if in answer, a massive lightning bolt landed very close by. It was an incredible sound. They could even feel the earth shake. At the same time as that sound, Erika went limp, falling into her seat, like a puppet who just had its strings cut. Then, as the sound of wind and rain gradually filled the room once again, Erika slowly opened her eyes as though recovering from a bout of dizziness. Then she continued eating in silence as though nothing had happened. As if she had been acting normally the whole time. Didn't Erika just stand up suddenly and rant at someone? Erika continued eating quietly, her behavior so perfectly normal that everyone started to doubt themselves. After seeing her behaving so calmly, everyone convinced themselves that they were totally worn out, and that they must have hallucinated Erika suddenly yelling. Erika's sudden transfiguration for a few seconds ago was treated as a daydream, and faded out of everyone's memory. Smited by God. Erika quietly poked at her salad and muttered in a voice no one could hear.
主が駒にして分身。必ずやあなたのために最高の物語を現状してご覧に入れます。
そうそう、やっぱりナイフとフォークって食器として原始的ですよね。お箸が一番です。
Okay, didn't we go after, or didn't you like chat about this at the last like dinner they had?
ね、皆さん。
The law, is it?
午前3時にバトラさんがゲストハウスに戻られて。
Oh, this is where Natsui like told to hide in the closet, right? That gonna happen this chapter? Hmm. Loving Erika, yo, howdy, SGM. I'm loving how fucking she got beat in the last couple chapters. She's so mad, so upset. It's so good. The only good part of the chapter so far. If it keeps continuing, this is going to be my favorite chapter. It's 4, but I took my break at, what, 3? So I guess we keep going? Sad couldn't be there. You just missed it. It wasn't too long ago. It was so good. I'm guessing you're done with your stream. No more Shanghai, no more breakers. What, queue time's too long or something? Wanted to eat. He wanted to be here. Watch me go through more of this. Alright, things have been pretty interesting so far. I'm trying to think of how the the whole knocking thing like works out. Apparently no one did it, but someone was there to make a knocking sound. Had to be a person actually knocking on a door. The more I think about it, the more I have to think, or the more I have the thought that both Burn and Lambda Delta are just working together to make a whole mess of things. Like, not actually playing this like a real game. Because we had the thing where Lambda was like pretending to be someone else on the phone with Natsui, like directly interfering with the board. And nothing that like that could possibly be allowed. So it wouldn't surprise me if Lambda was also part of directly interfering by leaving the letter and knocking at the door for that mystery to happen. There's like just no other way, right? I'm yapping a bit longer than usual so I can eat more of these chips. I'm a little bit hungry. We got any more cool tips? Oh, we have that. Of all these guys, there's still so much. There's like a room for like another row of characters. You know? Who designed the characters? Rikishi? He really likes the open, like, front skirts. And like, what do you call this? A leotard? I don't think that's quite the right name. But he really loves putting, like, really high boots and stockings on his character designs. Nor even has, like, the Riku pants, dude. Alright. Couple more chips and then we continue. Umineko is the only story to set an upper limit on the number of characters and then adding more characters anyway. Hmm. Oh, 7. Oh, 7? Oh, yeah, no more than 18. No more than 17. Actually, one more person exists because I added my OC into the mix. So now there's 18 again. They're breaking all the rules. I don't trust anything in this game. You know what? One more sip of tea and then we begin again. Oh, Ryukishi. I forgot he had like the 07 after his name. Do people really shorten it to just 07? Anyway, let's continue. Let's try to get through at least this chapter. Maybe one more after this. We'll see. Sorry. Well, return to the guest house at 3 a.m. Yeah? Oh, 07th expansion. That's why it's called 07th expansion. To smoke out the murder of the first Twilight, Erika closely questioned everyone involved to check their alibis and evidence. To confirm these, she went around the mansion with them, and when needed, took several trips out to the guest house through all the rain. Her vitality was admirable. Though she was an uninvited guest, everyone had long since stopped feeling anything strange about the way she imitated a detective.
Erika も着実に基礎を固めているようですな。
無駄なことよ。アリバイがあろうとなかろうと、わらわたちの存在を否定することなどできぬわ。金蔵は窓より逃れ、今や六軒島の霞よ。決して捉えることも否定することもできぬ。さしずめ、チェス盤の裏側にでも逃げ込んだとでも言えばいいのかしら。
Undersided board. You can't spin the chessboard anymore, you gotta flip it.
そういえば、例の第一の番の死体、同じくしまい込んだのであったな。ええ、異界と人間界の狭間の私の暗黒にしまってあるわ。
If Erika flips over that chessboard, oh, she'd be the kind of person to flip over the entire damn table.
あの探偵気取りに見つけられることはあるまいな。当然よ。人間には絶対不可能だわ。確認する？念のためな。そしてわらわたちも今後のベルンカステル教の狙いを今一度読み直す必要があろう。
敵を知れば百戦も危うく。
If making her mad, you'll see what happens. Oh, I'm really want to see her mad. Even more mad, more angry. It makes me feel happy. Glad.
真に知れば百戦も戦わずに勝てるわ。
いやいや、まったく。
Yap opened up a large pitch black hole in the sky and had it swallow all of them up. He invited Beto and Renov to the gap between worlds where she had hidden the corpses. That place was nowhere in this world and existed at no time of this world. In other words, it truly and literally was a place not of this world. In this place, questions such as where is this and what time is it had no meaning. Every single place led to here, but no place could be reached from here. Furthermore, all times connected to this place, but no time could be passed from here. In short, this place was just what they said it was, the underside of the chessboard. No, perhaps it was most appropriate to call this the captured pile, where pieces that have left the game go. Then, deep within this pitch-black world, 5 corpses came into view, illuminated by a glow like a faint spotlight. The 5 pitiful corpses with their necks sliced open have been arranged neatly. Their eyelids were shut and their hands joined. How nice. Apparently even Gap had respect for the dead.
おや、今回のゲームの第一の番の犠牲者は5人なのですか？
Oops.
6人ではなく。
おお、お師匠様ではないか。
Only 5, not 6. Inzo can never be one. Cross. Yeah, so, Cross technically to 6, but like... he's not confirmed dead. He might be? Know that Hideyoshi dies next. Could he be the 6th one before they go to the next Twilight? Or is he part of the second Twilight? If they go for Eva and Hideyoshi again as the 2 who are close. Because I remember having an idea way back where I think the having a part 2 who are close doesn't necessarily mean that both need to die. If one of them dies, they're torn apart already. So just him could be the second Twilight, then... I mean, he wouldn't be part of the first. I guess we just assume Kraus is actually dead because we haven't seen or heard from him since.
どこへ行っていたやら心配したのだぞ。ゲームはもう第一の番を迎えて、ご覧の通り最初の犠牲者が出ておるわ。さあいよいよだ。ワクワクしてきたぞ。
そうですか。ここのあなたは元気そうですね。何よりです。
わらわは元気と魅惑のボディ。あと気立ての良さくらいしか取り柄がないぞ。
Bewitching body. For some reason, Virgilia praised Beto for her high spirits. Though Beto was taken aback at such granny-like words coming out of Virgilia's mouth all of a sudden, she answered while bumping a fist against her chest. Virgilia had been absent often during this game. She might even have been away from her seat when Butler saw the epitaph, and during the uproar that followed. Apparently, she had been absent for so many critical points that she didn't have a very good grasp of what had happened so far in this game.
今のところ出ている死体は5人。見ての通り、首をすっぱりよ。
George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, Genji. Something sharp had sliced open all 5 of their necks. Those gaping wounds opened wider than their mouths. It made it feel as though they would no longer need their mouths to breathe. It's quite the description, holy.
ジョージ、ジェシカ、マリア、ローザ、ゲンジの死体は誰が見ても一目で死亡が確認できるというわけですね。
ん？赤か。まあ、お師匠様にケチっても始まらぬ。
Nice vague red truth. Is it vague? It's looking at them and stating that anyone could confirm just by looking that they're all dead. I'm not sure how we could see how it's vague. Oops, that's not my tea. I just grabbed my bag of chips. What do you mean smiles? Anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, or Genji's corpses? It's could confirm at a glance that they are dead. Doesn't have love, you can't see. George, Jessica, Maria, Rosie. Rosie? Rosa? Guy doesn't even have love. True. I'm a demon after all. Shut up, dude. How is it vague? Is it the or that makes it vague? Looking at George, Jessica, Maria. Because if you wanted to say that all of them can be confirmed dead at a glance, you would use and, right? Anyone looking at George, Jessica, Maria, Rosa, and Genji's corpses could confirm at a glance that they are dead. But it's using or. Does or change that a lot? Because that can mean just looking at either one of them could be confirmed that they are dead. Is that it? There's your answers in this arc. You're cackling to yourself right now? Dude's evil. We got a witch in here? Get rid of them? Banish them? That is true. We can use the red. Anyone looking at George, Jessica? I could just say that they're dead, but she left some weird room. It's the only thing that comes to mind here that could be considered strange is the or in the sentence here. That's the only thing I see that could be weird. It's already too late. I'm looking at the sentence like for another like 5 minutes to see if I can spot anything else strange in the way it's said. Because I'm not seeing it other than the use of or Genji's corpses. Just use a or and like saying at the end, they are dead. could technically refer to one person. Or it could still confirm, or still talk about multiple people, but not all of them at once, right? I'm not gonna stop thinking. If you... I'm gonna take this time to think about it some more while eating these chips. It's your fault, SJM. Gonna have said anything, I would have just accepted the red and kept it at the back of my mind for later. Maybe. Anyone looking at? Anyone? Would anyone looking matter at all? No, I already did the accepting everything at face value for the first episode. That's what it told me to do. So now I have to start thinking about everything. That's just why we're gonna sit here for like another 5 minutes while I eat chips. Could confirm? The use of or and could? Maybe that could be weird. You could confirm it. Would you confirm it? Hmm. Hmm. No, no. Won't we confirm that they were definitely dead? Like a long time ago? We're the ones to actually see that Genji was dead. Did everyone see that? For that matter, hold on. Oh, I'm thinking back to Genji's death again. It was shrugged off, like, immediately. Why was there tape on there, and why did it have, like, Burn and freaking Erika's name on it? One of my thoughts at that point in time was that she did that after checking the body to make sure no one else would enter the room. But, like, Wasn't she at the guest house? Like currently inspecting everything going on there? Why would it have Burns' name on the tape? That makes me feel even more that, like, Burn and Lambda are, like, working together just to play around with the game board without actually adhering to any rules or anything, dude. Of that type, I can totally see, like, freaking Burn placing that there herself the same way that Lambda's, like, just making calls directly to Natsui when that shouldn't be possible. That the, like, unknown person who can't exist is literally her, dude. Hmm. Alright, I'm done looking at this. I drink my tea, I finished munching on chips. We're good to go for a little bit longer. Ugh. It's like, oh, I kind of want to go back in the story and, like, look. Was paste there slightly, like, sliced so that it would be easy to, like, tear apart. The detective can't be the culprit. But that doesn't mean she can't be helping the culprit, right? Still holding on to that. And where were we? Right.
そうとも死んだふりなど絶対にありえぬ。誰もが一目で死亡を確認できる死体であるわ。
At a glance, anyone could have confirmed that these corpses are dead. A corpse can't be alive. That is the living dead. A zombie.
なぜリーヤは赤を？
さて、しかし常にお嬢様のことを思われている方です。
Using red to, like, help Battler confirm 100% that they are in fact dead.
お嬢様に利する何らかのお考えがあってのことでしょう。
People die when they're killed. Died of death. What were the exact lines that were used in that fight against Delnor? Yeah, died to death, sentenced to death, and Great Equalizer is the death. Or Inquisitor? One of them. I want to see that again, dude. Such great, like, a line. I'm stalling again. But they had hidden good corpses here that no one could use to red. Despite that, however, Renova's right. Virgilia always thought of Beatrice first. The way that these corpses, which Gap had gone all the trouble of erasing, had now been confirmed with red, made a slightly displeased expression rise to Gap's face. However, in the end, she remembered that she was only a guest and shrugged.
なぜガープに死体を隠させたのですか？
Actually, why isn't Erika, like, asking more or thinking more about that in the first place? How did all the corpses disappear? Didn't everyone pretty much have an alibi? Because I'm pretty sure they were all like moving as a group. Hmm. Hold on, don't mind me. I'm going back. Oh, oh. He's sleeping. He wakes up, and now they're all. Eva's here. Hideyoshi, Nanjo, Rudolph. Kyrie. Okay, while this was being discovered, I believe. Oh, freaking Erika in here. Red text that I hate so much. Alright, then we have the other servants, Goda, Shannon. Kumasawa was here. Shannon wakes up and comes to get them. Asks where's Genji. Kumasawa skips work by going with Kenon. We go check on Genji. Yeah, and the duct tape, which definitely had their names on it. So this was before. This was before he was actually found dead. They just barely found the others. Huh. I'm wondering, does Erika ever say in red that she herself is the detective, the same way that Birkenstell does here? Byrne always says Erika's the detective. But she says she herself right here is the detective. That makes me think back again that the detective can't be the culprit. But if they're using wordplay and idea of how Erika's supposed to be her double, like they're the two separate entities. So they can be thought of as the same, but they're not, right? Introductions, he says Erika is... Anyway, this is the rest of them, right? Canon, Misawa Goda. Nanjo, Kyrie, Rudolph, Eva, Hideyoshi. The only one that I guess doesn't have an alibi right now is Natsui, who had been sleeping up until then, apparently. Sessions you checked? Oh, look, you posted it. I mean, proclaimed that Furudo Erika is the detective. The detective isn't a culprit. A culprit? No proof is needed to show this. That leaves room for interpretation as there being multiple, huh? Anyway, the point I was going is, how did the bodies disappear? Talked, get her message about hiding in a closet later, yeah. Magic circle to crime, hypothesize, yeah. Then stood up and a flurry dashed out to everyone better follow her. And everyone included Erika, Natsui of course. Everyone does mean everyone, right? See, before Natsui woke up, could anyone have been given enough time to go hide bodies? Alright, I think I'm done thinking about that for now. The more I think about it, the more it looks impossible, and the more I think that it's just Lambda and Burn making shit up to mess with the pieces, because that's their real goal in all of this. It's not to actually play and have a game like Denying the Witches and whatnot. But to like just mess with everyone. I don't think this ever explicitly stated, but pretty sure the reason Erika can just say detective authority to be able to search everywhere is because contrapositive on Nox's 8th. It's forbidden for the crime to be resolved with clues not present. That means the detective has to be able to find all the clues necessary for solving the crime. Has to be able to find all the clues necessary, except he's not doing a very good job of it. All right, let's let's continue. Gone off on like a whole set of thinking. You can just pull things like saying in red. I search all of Kinzo-sari. Yeah, that's enough thinking about the fact. I'm not getting anywhere with that as much as I think. I guess to keep it at the top of my mind, the mysterious things are the knock and the letter at midnight, how the bodies went missing, and why the piece of tape was there. It had Erika and Birkenstell's name on it, right? So I don't think any of the Ushiromiyas would be able to have done that, because even if they knew like freaking Erika's name, they wouldn't have known anything at all about Birkenstell. And then there's just again how Lambda is just speaking directly to Natsui. They're not actually playing the game. They're playing with the pieces. That has to be it. I see no other way. Like taking Legos from a Lego set and just building a whatever you can think of instead of following the instructions.
今回のわらわのゲームはすでに碑文が解かれているため普段とは変わっておる。
Oh?
今は夏日に仕え、夏日を守ることを目的にしているのだ。彼らの死体を隠蔽することがどう夏日を守るのです？
向こうの手は大体読めてるの。多分これは夏日を追い詰めるための罠。おそらく第一の番のアリバイを突き詰めていくと、夏日以外の全員にアリバイが現れるのよ。
Yeah, that's pretty much what I ended up coming to. Everyone except Natsui, like awake and found bodies. Natsui was asleep and alone.
夏日様は昨べは最初に親族会議を抜けられ、その後はお部屋で一人でお休みでした。
What? Cross. Cross is missing. Not confirmed dead. We can't even confirm him dead. And there was the blood on the like bed sheets. I don't know if I like that.
お気の毒なことに朝までアリバイが全くありません。
金蔵の存在はすでに否定。
Cross wouldn't have brought Jessica into that set of murders, right?
しかし一つだけ、それを打ち破る手が敵に残されている。
なるほど。夏日を追い詰め、金蔵は存在しないと自白させるわけですね。
敵の狙いはおそらくそんなあたり。親族会議をめぐる駒たちの動きからわらわたちはいち早く夏日の孤立を察知し、その罠に気づき、こうして手を打ったのだ。
死体が消える。全員にアリバイがある。運搬車は存在しない。
Yeah, basically what I went
魔女
through?
の存在を主張しつつ、同時に死亡説自体にも疑問を投じることで、夏日をギリギリ容疑者から逃すことができるわけ。
つまり夏日さんは第一の番の犠牲者、実は死んだふりだったと主張することが可能ということだ。
いとこ部屋で大勢がその死を確実に確認しているにもかかわらず、
確認など赤き真実に到底及ばぬ。彼らがいくら確かな死亡を見たと主張しようとも、人間界に赤き真実は存在しない。死体が存在しない以上、夏日は彼らのその言い分を見間違い、取り、もしくは彼らが全員嘘をついているなどで、いくらでも延々と言い逃れが可能なのだ。
赤き真実なき人間界においては、パーペチュアルチェックは最も有効な一手。
延々と相手を否定し合っての水かけ論、千日手。美しくないわ。
ですが、しかし美しさとは勝利の先に望むもの、勝利を得ぬ者が欲すれば毒にしかなりませんよ。
勝てば官軍というでな。
私にとっては美しくなく後悔者の魔女たちはそれを退屈しないと呼んで好むのかしらね。
なるほど。
Voyagers. Arguments would be so easy if that truth was real.
今回のゲームの流れを把握しました。
Man, I wish witches were real. And board games. And chess. I see, I managed to grasp the flow of this
随
game.
分といやらしいものになりそうですね。
百も承知よ。そして私たちはすでに夏日がこれからさらなる罠に誘い込まれるだろうことを知っている。
罠？
ラムダデルタ教が生み出す19年前の男を名乗る何者かがすでに夏日を脅迫している。もうじきの午後1時にとある客室のクローゼットの中に入り、息を潜めよと命じているのだ。クラウスを人質に取られ、夏日は逆らえん。
なるほど、必要ですね。かばいきれますか？
無論よ。何しろ夏日は犯人ではないのだからな。いくら犯人扱いしようとも、真実も幻想も我らに味方する。
It's end illusions.
負ける道理などないわ。
Umineko invented chess? Oh. What the hell, dude? Oh, you get golden sneer. Mitsui threw up her cup of black tea. About that? Netseni? No, maybe it has been too long. Natsumi threw her cup of black tea to the ground in protest to show the anger that flowed throughout her entire body. Oh, ever reached a point where she's getting accused? Okay.
先に抜けられて自室に戻り、朝まで部屋を出なかったというお話は賜りました。しかし、それを証明していただかないとアリバイにはならないと申し上げてるのです。
証明？どうやって
でも結構です。客観的にあなたには犯行が不可能だったと証明してもらえれば結構なのです。他の皆さんは協力してくださっています。夏日さんもそう邪険にされず、どうかアリバイとその証拠を示してもらいたいと思いまして。
そうよ。夏日姉さんには丸一晩の空白時間があるのよ。先に休むと言って会議を抜け、ゲストハウスへ行き、ジョージたちを襲ったかもしれない。
バカなことを言わないでください。どうして私がジョージ君を、そして何より自分の娘を殺さなくてはならないというのですか？
落ち着いて。私たちは等しく疑われてるの。悲しいけど潔白の証明は各々がしなくてはならない。
ああ、俺 俺たちだって疑いを晴らそうと必死に昨夜のアリバイ立証に頭を悩ませてるんだぜ。
Hey Rudolph, what were you gonna tell Battler? We're gonna tell him something that apparently might get you killed, but you never did. What was that?
夏日さんかて疑われて面白いはずもあらへん。悔しいと思うなら自分の潔白を証明する何かを探すのが先決とちゃうか。
The relatives spoke as though they were all under equal suspicion, but the mood about the place didn't feel so peaceful. Erika was still in the middle of confirming everything. But other than Natsui, who was unwilling to prove her alibi, everyone else had an alibi which was reasonably credible. Only Natsui claimed that just being suspected was an insult, was uncooperative with Erika. And her position began to grow more and more perilous. This parlor was no longer a place of comfort for Natsui, and the sound of the cup smashing had made that decisive.
バカバカしいことです。どうして娘を失った私が疑われるのですか。私が昨夜一人で先に休んだからと犯人と決めつけようとする悪意。こんな屈辱にはこれ以上耐えられません。
へえ、耐えられなきゃどうする。
Oh my lord.
あなたの無実を証明するアリバイを何か示してみせなさいよ。そんなものないくせにジョージを返して、この人殺し。
予算買えば夏日さん、あんたも少し疲れてるんや。もちろんそれはわしらもや。少し楽にせんか。
だな、俺たちは少し気を張りすぎだ。
夏氷馬さん、どこ行くんだ。
アリバイ探しも犯人探しも実に滑稽です。台風が過ぎ警察が来れば全てが白日のもとにさらされるのです。私たちが探偵ごっこをする理由など何もない。違いますか、エリカさん。
一般論的にはそうですね。ですが私にはそれをする権限がありますので。
So what gives you authority? Who gave her that authority? No one asked. It was an authority given by words of power from a higher world. Though the pieces weren't even allowed to doubt it. He just has it.
警察が来るまで皆さんのくだらない問答にも付き合うつもりはありません。私を疑うならどうぞご自由に。それを疑い晴らすことも私は警察に委ねますので。
Maybe a bit late to mention this, but well, no, this happens every time. As usual, the phone couldn't connect to the police. Natsui said the police would come, but that wasn't exactly true. Strictly speaking, the boat to pick them up would come tomorrow, and they would be able to use the radio on that boat to contact the police. Well, it's not like I'll let everyone live that long anyway. Who's speaking?
夏日さん、一人になるのは危険だ。ここにみんなで一緒にいた方が。
いいじゃない。それも立派な証明かもよ。これで夏日姉さんが実質で殺されてたりしたら。
Oh, that's the Rosa way of thinking. Don't do that.
よせよ姉貴、夏日さんも俺たちも少し一服した方がいいだろうね。明日まで体が持たねえぜ。
一服はしても油断はせず、ね、明日どころか今夜も越せないかもしれないね。
夏氷馬さん、部屋へ帰るならしっかり施錠して窓も鎧戸を閉めて安全にしててくれ。俺は誰も疑いたくない。そしてそれ以上にもうこれ以上誰にも犠牲になってほしくない。
ありがとう、アトラ君。
So we're not at the part where she just outright says Natsui's the culprit yet.
あとは任せますよ。お客様にせめてこのような状況ではあってもご不自由をおかけしないように。
はい、奥様、心得ております。
With everyone watching her, Natsui left the parlor. From their faces, she could tell that they were expecting the classic mystery pattern. That the first person to quarrel and leave the circle would become the next victim. Natsui couldn't disobey because of the threat against Kraus, who had been taken as a hostage. Very soon it would be 1 p.m., the time that had been arranged. Ow. How do you DBZ? Hydrate? I do. Almost out of tea again. She was to hide for an hour in the closet of a specific guest room. It was easy to suspect that this bizarre order was a trap to select her as the next sacrifice. She thought of various ways to resist, but all methods would be useless against the culprit who had a hostage and was observing her from close by. So Natsui could do nothing but obediently follow his orders, and then claim that she had been forced to do this for her husband's safety. As the range time has drawn near, Natsui had intentionally acted annoyed and smashed a cup on the ground to give her an excuse for slipping out of the parlor. At any rate, no matter how cowardly a trap it may be, I cannot disobey now. I am now the one who carries the burden of the one-winged eagle. Now that my husband Cross has been captured, I must protect it even if I have to crawl through the mud. Of course, I am proud to do that. I am Ushiromiya Natsui. Even if I'm not permitted to bear the one-winged eagle on my clothes, Father gave me permission to bear it in my heart. Yeah, but he did that in like episode 1. Didn't explicitly do it. In this episode, I think. I think dashing away in a rage got me here without raising too much suspicion. So far, everything has gone well. Before my eyes was the doorknob of the specified guest room. The heck are those emotes? Oh, I can't make them larger? Maybe it does that in every timeline and we just don't see it. True, it's all like part of Natsui's imagination since he's always dead at the start anyway. It's hype train. Where? From my eyes was the doorknob of the specified guest room. However, I wondered about the lock. The servants are under orders to always lock any unused rooms. What will I do if it's locked? I dashed out of the parlor pretending that I was returning to my room. Going back and asking a servant to unlock this guest room would be obviously suspicious. If possible, I'd like to get this eerie hide-and-seek over with without anyone noticing. In that phone call from the one who claimed to be a man from 19 years ago, he said that I would win if no one found me, but lose if anyone did find me. He said that he released my husband whenever I won or lost. But as a person with a hostage taken against me, I'd rather not lose. Did he release your husband, but did he specifically say that he would still be alive? I don't like it at all, but I have to go along with this game. I softly gripped the doorknob, and I could feel that it was unlocked. Did Shannon or Kumasawa forget to lock it after cleaning? Or did that man unlock it in advance? That man couldn't be waiting for me in this room, could he? Then he'll... All that about hide-and-seek might have been just an excuse. I kept the fact that I was coming here a secret, and all the other people think I'm resting in my room. If I were to be killed in this situation, in this room, it might create a new baffling murder case like the extension of the one which occurred this morning.
そうならば、むしろ好都合です。犯人と直接対決する良い機会ではありませんか。
Natsui had some experience with using Naginata, Japanese polearm, but only from casual lessons. Really? You can use one of those? Unlike Eva, she couldn't brag about being able to hold off any single ruffian indefinitely. As she was now, she had no realistic chance of prevailing over a man with malicious intent on her own. And no weapons that could make that possible. She readied herself and slowly opened the door. She couldn't afford to stand around in a corridor and risk being seen by someone. The atmosphere inside the guest room was ice cold, and she could sense no trace of a person waiting impatiently for her. All she could hear was the unsettling sounds of the wind and rain. At first, that seemed to be proof that no one existed to threaten her, but before long it only stirred up the uneasy feeling inside her all the more. The closet was just off to the side of anyone entering the room. Lined up inside it was a set of hangers where guests could hang their coats. This closet, which had nothing hanging in it, was large enough for even an adult to hide in. He softly opened the closet. Of course, there was nothing inside. We'd have to hide quietly in here for an hour. The room had a wood floor, but something like a carpet had been laid in the closet. It seemed that sitting down wouldn't be a problem. She had been sure that someone would be waiting for her in this room, or that a strange letter would be laying in the closet. She had even imagined the worst, that her husband's corpse might be inside. However, none of these things she imagined turned out to be true. All that was here was a cold guest room, and a lifeless closet which silently urged her to go inside.
1時間隠れていろというのですね。馬鹿にした話です。
Matsui shrugged, turned around, and locked and chained the guest room door.
これでこの部屋には誰も入れないではありませんか。つまり1時間の間誰にも私を見つけることはできない。私の勝ちです。バカバカしいかくれんぼですね。
This would certainly result in a total victory in the hide-and-seek game against the mystery man. However, it was such an easy victory it made her feel uneasy. This is normally against the rules of hide-and-seek. Even if I win, won't this displease the culprit? And everyone thinks I'm in my room right now. If they find a room with a chain set, that will be an impossible locked room to them. Erika was dashing around the mansion to confirm everyone's alibi. If she notices the chain is set on this room, there will probably be an uproar, which will lead to them cutting the chain and searching the room. If that happens, I'll be found hiding in the closet right away. It'd be easy for me to honestly confess why I was hiding. But that man insisted that I not reveal that. If I tell them, I might be endangering my husband. W stream? Really? Think of it that way, setting the chain? No, even locking the door might be a bad idea. That's right. This room was unlocked when I came here. If it were to suddenly become locked, it's conceivable that it might catch someone's attention. It's better if I don't do anything unnecessary. That man only told me to hide. Similar to the room that Eva and Hideyoshi were in, right? But I guess pretty much most, if not all of the guest rooms look similar to this. I hate doing it, but I can't disobey. I undid both of those two previous locks, went into the dimly lit closet filled with the smell of old wood, and managed to close the door from the inside. Pitch black. It reminded me of when I was young, when I used to hide somewhere and then surprise my mother. But that peaceful recollection wasn't enough to kill off my anxiety. It really is pitch black. From in here, I won't even be able to check my watch to see if an hour has passed. I'll probably need to open the door a crack every once in a while to let in enough light for my watch. For now, I sat down and folded my legs. I thought about holding my knees to my chest, but it hurt my back when I tried. Not as young as I used to be. Ah, haha. In the closet, surely a reference to how much she hates her husband. Real. He doesn't hate Kraus. Surely. Even though I and the rest of my class were made to sit on the floor clasping our knees in every PE class as grade schoolers, I now have to struggle just to sit down. Just sitting down here for an hour will probably hurt a lot. Old. Definitely unreal. Not true. Can't believe he expects me to sit in the darkness for a full hour, listening only to the wind and rain. Ironically, Natsui made Jessica do the exact same thing in the past. She had done it to scold Jessica's persistent bad habits and teach her a lesson when she was a little girl. She had thought that making Jessica stay put in the darkness would sprout a desire to reflect on her mistakes, and that this way she would understand what she had done wrong. For Natsui, it felt almost like he was being made to do the same thing. If that was the true purpose of this hide and seek. This must be my naivety. The hope of that this goal is to make me repent. Nothing will happen here during this hour. Uncertainty and fear of that man's shadow are not what I need right now. Will someone suddenly come to this room, open this closet, and do something horrible to me now that I've come here in total secrecy as promised? That's what I should be worrying about. The culprit, or one of his accomplices, is very close by. They wouldn't be able to observe me so thoroughly. I don't want to think it, but it's highly likely that the culprit bought off one of the servants. The culprit was able to hide an eerie card with Autumn written on it in my room. Our personal room is always locked. That trick wouldn't have been possible without a key. Instead of believing that they obtained a key when the servants weren't looking, it's much more realistic to assume that one of the servants had lent the culprit a hand. But who? Well, it's easy to just put cards everywhere. Or them with different seasons in different spots. You thought that this mystery man might be peeking. My heart sank. Or the thought that this mystery man might be peeking to my heart sent goosebumps running across my whole body. It's true that I like autumn, but I never said that out loud. I don't think everyone's ever asked me either. I could even ask my husband what my favorite season is, and he would probably be stuck for an answer. No. There was one time. One time I told it to a single person. That's right. Shannon. Shannon's the culprit. On an autumn day not long ago, I happened to be in a good mood, and I mentioned autumn was my favorite of the 4 seasons. Can't believe it. Then the culprit, or one of their accomplices, has to be Shannon. Clear proof? I trembled and shook with rage. Didn't Kinzo say once that the emotion of anger is the fastest sedative to cure fear and uncertainty? It's easy to tell that most fearful humans... it's easy to tell the most fearful humans from within a crowd. They're always the first to get angry. I remember him telling me that. So I realized that this anger was a sign that it was actually frightened. I tried my best to remain calm. However, this is a fascinating clue that I can use to turn things around. Shannon may not be reliable as a servant, but if she's the accomplice used by that mystery man, this might actually be convenient. She's a timid girl. If I threaten her, she'll probably spill the name of the mastermind in an instant. I'll tell the police about this in secret. I'm certain it will be a big clue that will help arresting the culprit. Assuming that you're alive at the end. She's thinking in red, dude. I never told anyone except Shannon that I like Autumn. This is unmistakable proof that she's working with the culprit. Shannon could have told someone else, right? If this was some time ago, then she could have easily mentioned it to someone else and then it maybe spread like that. Doesn't mean she herself is directly involved. So I thought this time in the closet would crush me with uncertainty and uneasiness. It had actually given me the start of a counterattack. If I hadn't been given this time in the darkness, I probably wouldn't have noticed this. I felt almost grateful to the culprit for making up this foolish game. My mood brightened. I still couldn't guarantee that my husband was safe, but I was determined to take him back and force the culprit to face judgment. I gripped my fist tightly and further strengthened my resolve to avoid losing this fight at any cost. Rattle, rattle. Ah! That moment I heard the sudden sound of someone trying to force a locked door open. And my heart leapt. But you didn't lock the door. The voice was Hideyoshi's. Is she gonna witness him dying? Why is he here? The voice was Hideyoshi's. I heard a quiet voice, as though he was talking to himself, coming from what was probably the hallway. Apparently he had thought it was locked and tried to unlock it. I had ended up locking the unlocked door instead. Once again, there was the sound of a lock turning, and this time the door opened with a faint sound. Why? Was Hideyoshi-san in this room? Footsteps which sounded like his came in, and there was the sound of him closing and locking the door behind him. Then came what seemed to be the sound of him setting the chain. Don't tell me Hideyoshi-san is the mastermind? Or else an accomplice? He planning to do something to me in this room? The door may be only locked from the inside, but it would still take some time to remove the chain. If Hideyoshi-san doesn't intend to let me escape from here, there's no chance he'll give me time to fumble around with the chain. In that case, when he opens the closet door wide, in just a moment, he looks down upon me sitting here pathetically. What kind of horrifying words will he say? I don't want to be found. I don't want to be found. Beg you, pass right on by the closet door. Please keep going into the center of the room. My head was filled almost to bursting with a throbbing sound so loud that I almost missed hearing his noisy footsteps. So when I heard a clunking sound coming from the center of the room, I finally realized that he passed by the closet and was deeply relieved. What do you mean? It seems pretty bright. As he muttered, he did something that made a clunking sound. He was probably closing the shutters on the windows. Just in case? In case I try to escape out the window? No, that can't be it. That's right. When I left the parlor, everyone was talking about possibly taking a break. After several murders had occurred, and the weather was bad, there would be nothing abnormal about resting in a guest room here instead of returning to the guest house. In that case, locking up and closing the shutters to guarantee safety was the proper course of action to take. When he finished closing the shutters, there was a thunk as though he had flopped over on the bed. But just him alone? Not with Eva? It's surprising how much the situation could be grasped just by the sound. What's going on here? Did the man from 19 years ago plan all this out to put me in the same room as Hideyoshi-san? No, that probably isn't true. Clearly he planned on me hiding here. The Hideyoshi-san coming to take a rest here must have been outside the scope of his plan. Think about it that way. Having him in the room might help to secure my own safety in an odd sort of way. Unlike his wife, Hideyoshi is the kind of person I can talk to. If Eva-san comes, things will probably get complicated. Maybe I should slip out of the closet now that he's still alone. Reveal everything just to him and ask for help. But if I do that, my husband might get killed. It isn't wise to do anything rash until my husband is released. Should I go out and talk or hide in here? Moaning from my headache and biting my lower lip, I resisted the temptation to crawl out of here. Even if I talk with Hideyoshi-san, I don't know where my husband is being held. I'm sure the informant who's observing me is nearby as well. Just talking to him won't solve everything. I suspect that Shannon is an informant, but that doesn't mean that Goda and the others aren't. It's no good. Leaving here and confessing is just too dangerous. Eventually, I hear a strange, sobbing voice. Whose voice was it? I strained my ears, trying to hear that strange voice, and was shocked to discover that it was Hideyoshi weeping. What? Why? Now that he was all alone like this, Hideyoshi, who had lost his only son, was finally able to shed tears and cry. Oh, okay. Yeah, that checks out. Thinking that he needed to support Eva in her distress, he had acted as though he alone was standing firm. However, he had as good a right as anyone to cry. What right as he... I forgot, dude. Give me a break. And now that he had found a place where no one could see his tears, he was finally allowing himself to let it out. I've lost my daughter too. I haven't seen her body with my own eyes, so it still doesn't really feel like she's dead. But if the one who carried her off was the culprit, and he had some repulsive motive for doing it, just thinking about it makes me feel as though my chest will tear itself apart. Bro. Be alone. Stop making fun of me. The reason I'm hiding in here now is you're ruining the moment. The reason that I'm hiding in here now is that I'm thinking more about my still living husband than my dead daughter. But if I were given the chance, I'd be welling at the top of my lungs too. However, I still can't let myself do that. That isn't because the man from 19 years ago told me to hide. Because I'm the final head of the Ushiramiya family. It's been completely overshadowed by all this. But last night, Battler-kun found a hidden gold and even gained a head's ring from a mysterious envelope. At the very, very end, when it's all over, I probably won't be able to prevent him from inheriting the family headship. And when everything regarding the distribution of the inheritance is revealed, the Ushiramiya family honor and glory passed down from father will plummet to the earth. So, I am the final head. Battler-kun will probably inherit the remaining wealth of the Ushiramiya family. However, its history and honor will all end with my generation. Therefore, I am the final head. I must not cry. Not yet. Until I get my husband back and avenge my daughter, I will not be allowed to shed tears. As I listened to Hideyoshi-san's sobs from the closet, I silently hung my head. What? Huh? My heart leapt. Yo, me too? Hideyoshi-san, who must have been laying prostrate on the bed, made a sound as if though he had... What? Hideyoshi-san, who must have been laying prostrate on the bed, made a sound as though he had bounded to his feet. Did he notice me? There's clearly a struggle with someone. Who could it be? Oh, it doesn't matter who it is. It's probably the culprit. They're probably trying to take Hideyoshi-san's life at this very moment. Did I jump out of here and help him? Even if I couldn't help him, I could at least call for help. No, but if I do something like that, I'll be questioned about why I was hiding here. However, if Hideyoshi-san goes on and gets killed now... No, this isn't time to be saying that. At this rate, he'll definitely be killed. I'll jump out of here and help him right now. But if I do that, even if I can save Hideyoshi-san, I might be abandoning my husband's life. Hideyoshi-san's life and my husband's life. How sinful would it be to try to weigh those against each other? Just then, there was a loud sound of door opening and a chain being pulled tight. Someone was trying to open doors despite the chain being set. Oh no. She opened and closed the door over and over again with all her might, but of course she couldn't snap the chain. Eva-san raced down the hallway, calling for help in a loud voice. By this time, the room had settled back into silence, and that earlier feeling of Hideyoshi being a noisy struggle had disappeared completely. What's going on here? So right now, I'm in the same room as the murderer who killed Hideyoshi-san? In that case, the culprit should try to escape from the room as soon as possible. So why are they staying so quiet in here? I haven't heard anything. Nothing that might have been the culprit who attacked Hideyoshi-san rushing away. No matter how much I strain my ears, I can't sense anyone in the room. In fact, it's so silent that it makes what happened just a second ago feel like an illusion. In other words, does this mean that culprit is holding his breath? Standing right in front of the closet? Waiting for me to shamelessly come out? I don't even know what to be scared of anymore. If only I could just melt away into the darkness of this closet. I mustn't remain in this room any longer. I get the feeling I have more to worry about than just my personal safety. But what should I do? I don't even know if it's a good idea to leave the closet. Before long, the clamor of many rushing footsteps approached. I held my breath again and melted away into the darkness of the closet. Eva dashed back, bringing everyone with her. Furudo-san was gripping a bolt cutter. It was to cut the chain with. After trying to open the door and confirming that the chain was still set, he yelled through the crack in the door. Oda stuck a large bolt cutter, which looked like it could slice off whole fingers, into the crack of the door and easily severed the chain. As soon as it was severed, Eva pushed Goda aside and dashed in. The others tried to follow her, but they bumped into Eva, who had fallen to her knees, moaning. So even though they couldn't tell much of what was going on inside the room, they could tell by Eva's moans that they were too late.
見ます。
嘘だろ。秀吉おじさんが休むって出てって10分かそこいらだってのに。
お風呂場には誰もいない？
はい、誰もおりません。
なんということでしょう。
あなた
残念だが手の施しようがない。
Update. Alright, now we've reached this part again. Missing dad. Been pierced through the back with a demon stake. Tip reached as far as his lungs because he was lying face down on the bed. Suicide must be ruled out. Nyanjo stood up, hanging his head sadly. It was only natural, because anyone, even if they weren't a doctor, would think that at a glance. Hideyoshi was lying face down on a bed, and stuck deep into his back was something like a blade with an intricate demonic design on it. When Eva pulled it out with all her might, they could tell that it wasn't a blade, but some kind of stake. Its sharp tip had penetrated nearly 15 centimeters in. It probably dug deep into the lungs. If it had been stuck in any harder, the tip might even have pierced all the way through the surface of his chest. How large are these stakes? So late.
So それよりおかしいわ。この部屋は戸締まりが完璧なのよ。
確かに鎧戸も全て閉まってますし、扉にはさっきまでチェーンが。
それはおかしいではありませんか。それじゃ犯人はどうやってこのお部屋の秀吉様を襲ったというんですか。
扉の隙間からこの杭を投げて刺したとか。
That would be one hell of a throw.
その隙間から秀吉さんのベッドは完全に死角よ。銃を使ったって殺せやしない。おかしな話になったわ。密室殺人。
密室殺人？
そうと決めつけるのは早いぜ。風呂場の天井を外して天井裏に逃げた。鎧戸が実は外からでも閉められるとか。
Oh, and here she is.
外からはびくともしませんでした。今確認してきました。
エリコ。
It was no wonder everything felt so quiet and relaxed. Erika wasn't here, being loud and obnoxious. At some point, Erika had split up from the group. Just now, she had finally arrived and poked her face in the hallway. She had heard that a crime had occurred in this room, seen everyone rushing towards it, and then taken the opposite approach by circling around to the outer wall. She had gone all by herself to check the shutters were down on the windows, that you couldn't do anything with them from the outside, that there was nothing out of the ordinary.
そういう言い方はねえだろ。
お悔やみ申し上げます。で、室内の状況は？
扉にはチェーンがかかっていて、私たちは切断して入ったわ。
そして窓にはすべて鎧戸。しっかり内側から施錠されている。
I've been kind of thinking this for a while now, but there's a like... I feel like there's been some interesting parallels with this episode and what's happened in episode 1. Like, we have the locked room with Hideyoshi in here, like in a guest room dying. There was something else earlier that I was thinking of. It's like, I can't... what was the other one I was thinking of? I just was thinking about it earlier and it just like slipped me. Oh well. Oh, Natsui being focused on is another one, I suppose, although it's more of a lesser taking action sort of thing going on. Her husband was one of the 6 killed in the first Twilight in episode 1. While it's not confirmed whether he's dead, they've still been separated. Rosa's dead, but then so's Maria. That's... Rudolph, Curie, and Battler all surviving pretty strong together. Pretty much everyone's lost someone except for Battler and his family so far. Bickering? I don't know why I didn't read that. Eva was arguing with Nanjo about something. Apparently she wanted to carry the body to the parlor. Nanjo tried to calm her, saying that she'd leave the scene as untouched as possible until the police came. Kinda has a point. Eva did have a point. After all, the prior victims were all carried away after we were shown their terrible and fatal wounds. Battler looked at her with an expression of clear disgust, but it rolled off her like water off a duck's back. Erika backed away from the door to open a path. There's no trace of any sadness for the dead. Her eyes simply blazed at the thought of this locked room murder that had appeared. Duplexer, true! In any event, the great detective had given her permission. Great detective. I hate her so much! Eva and the others wrapped Hideyoshi's body up in the sheets, and Goda and Rudolph started to carry him out. The sheets quickly turned red. It was so painful to see that Shannon and Kumasawa stripped the blanket off the bed to further cover the body.
鎧戸もチェーンロックがしっかりかかっていた。マスターキーがあったって、あの部屋に押し入るのは不可能だ。
Inclined to believe it's straight up magic. Just freaking Lambda fucking magicking herself into the game board to murder Hideyoshi herself, dude.
ベアトリーチェ様の仕業ですよ。
ベアトリーチェ様のはずありません。碑文は解かれ、すでに儀式の意味は失われたはず。
わかるものか。こんなの魔女にしか不可能だ。
魔女にしか不可能ですっていい響きです。
エリカちゃん、話を聞いてる？
Ah, she's too busy, like, glazing herself.
私たちはこれから全体行動って決まったわ。私たちはまず秀吉さんの遺体を客前運ぶ。探偵ごっこはそれからにしない？
When she heard the words "playing detective," Erika grimaced visibly. Oh, she hated that. She's gonna kill you next. Then, after everyone had filed out, she took a single step into the now empty guest room, looked around, and burned the scene into her eyes. Erika claimed to have photographic memory. If that was true, those few seconds were more than enough for her. Later on, she could sip black tea in the parlor while pursuing her mental photographs of the crime scene, and enjoy playing the part of the armchair detective. Yo, she's a Redditor? Then, suddenly, her eyes stopped in the closet off to the side. A closet for hanging overcoats. If it was large enough to fit a coat on a hanger, a person should be able to hide in it. Slowly, Erika stretched her hand out towards the closet. Oh. Erika's shoulder was grabbed roughly from behind.
団体行動を乱すなって修学旅行で習わなかったか？
私が旅行に行くと必ず人が死ぬってお約束がありまして。
That's suspicious.
何してやがるガキども。早く来い。
Rudolph told him to hurry. After clicking her tongue and glaring at the closet, Erika followed Butler back to the parlor for the time being. Every time she goes somewhere, someone dies. That brings me to the thought again that Erika, like, she's detective, she can't be the culprit. But that doesn't mean that she's not working with them, right? Like, the culprit's with her, making all these freaking detective puzzles for her to solve them because she loves playing detective so much. Rudolph told him to hurry. After clicking her tongue, going to the closet, followed Butler back to the parlor for the time being. The sound of their footsteps finally faded. Who would work with Erika? It's not me. Who knows? Who knows? It's either that or the Lambda and freaking Burn just entering the game board and messing with things. Making a mockery of the entire game, not even playing with it. Going with the theory that they're just playing with the pieces, not the game itself. A time of terror. When I feared that even the dripping of the cold sweat that covered my cheeks might get noticed, was finally over. I slowly opened the closet door with both hands that still couldn't stop trembling and dashed out into the hallway. Alright, no one's found me. Still, it's good enough they didn't lock the door. If they had, I wouldn't be able to lock it behind me after I left. And they'd find that suspicious. Wait, what? Oh, okay, it's... Okay, right. I thought it was saying that she locked the door after she left. Okay, she didn't. She's just saying it's good that they didn't so that she didn't have to. Anyway, I should leave this place. And I return to my room to pretend I was sleeping the whole time. Right, have to get back quickly. A new murder has occurred. They'll probably try to tell me about it. And they'll probably do it immediately after they carry Hideyoshi-san's body back to the parlor. I can get around a phone call by saying I was asleep and didn't notice, but if they come knocking directly, that will be bad. I have to get back quickly before they try to force their way in. I don't know whether I should sprint back noisily to save every second I can, sneak back with hushed footsteps, or walk around normally as though I don't know anything has happened. The one thing I'm certain of is that I have to avoid bumping into them on their way back to the parlor. I have to get to my room at a quick pace without being noticed by anyone. As I pass through the hall to the lobby... Or I pass through the hall to the lobby. Once I've ascended main stairs in the lobby, I'll be almost there.
Natsushi-san?
Of course you would be just walking around. Just as she was about to go up the large staircase, Natsui heard Erika call out to her. And was so surprised she visibly jumped.
ちょうど今からあなたにも知らせに行こうと思ってたんです。
それはありがとうございます。それで何かありましたか？
今、夏日さん、階段を登ってました？夏日さんの部屋って上ですよね。
Erika coldly pointed out this strange fact. Natsui cursed her bad luck.
寝つけなくて客間に戻ろうとしていたのですが、自分の部屋に鍵をかけたか不安になり戻ろうとしたのです。心配性なのでよくあることです。気にしないでください。
ああ、よくありますよね、そういうの。記憶力に自信のない人にありがちな癖です。
Erika was clearly making fun of her, and Natsui might have put on an annoyed expression under normal circumstances. However, right now, Natsui is extremely relieved to hear Erika admit that this was nothing out of the ordinary.
お一人でどうしたんですか？
例の客室を調べようかと思いまして。
客室？
ええ、大変なことになったじゃないですか。現場検証は私の権利ですので。
Erika's probing gaze peered deep into Natsui's eyes. He could tell. Erika was already suspicious of Natsui. Judging by the subtle nuances of her words, this was almost certainly an attempt to make Natsui slip up and reveal that she knew about the Hideyoshi murder that she hadn't yet been told about. Natsui played dumb and asked again what happened.
何か？
いえ、何でも。また最初の事件の繰り返しですね。
どういう意味ですか？
またあなたは自室で。そして今回もそのアリバイを証明できないわけですよね。
おっしゃっている意味がわかりません。逆を言えば私が自室にいなかったことをあなたこそどう証明されるわけですか？
おや、そうきましたか。ならばそれはおいおい。鍵は後にしてください。皆さんに重大な話があります。
鍵を確認したら戻ります。先に始めていてください。
秀吉さんが殺されました。その件についてです。
She had planned on escaping to her own room using her lock as an excuse, claiming to have a sudden headache and staying in bed for the rest of the time. However, now that she'd been informed of Hideyoshi's murder, it would be clearly suspicious to say that could wait and escape to her room. She was already under suspicion after being seen heading up the stairs to the second floor. She couldn't afford to do anything else suspicious. Natsui gave up and headed for the parlor as Erika urged her to. Alright, here's the part. When she opened the door to the parlor, Eva's sobs poured out, and everyone stared at Natsui with grave faces. Those gazes almost made it look as though they suspected her. It was now painfully apparent to Natsui. This must have been what the man was after. It was a trap to create a baffling locked-room murder and frame her for it. But I couldn't disobey. I couldn't sacrifice my husband's life. Well, it's true that I was hiding in the closet. That was all. I haven't committed murder. I might fall under enormous suspicion, but I'm still not the culprit. And most importantly, I'm not under suspicion yet. I'll tell the police everything. I'll have to endure until then. I'm sure one of the servants is feeding information to the culprit. Even in a situation like this, if I talk about my husband being a hostage, the culprit will hear. And it might be used as an excuse to kill him.
ちょうど夏日さんが戻ってきてくれました。全員が揃ったところで、私から皆さんにとても重要な話があります。
重要な話？
重要な話です。最初の事件からをすべて皆さんの前で整理したいと思います。
それなら他の皆さんとなさってください。私はそういうことは警察に任せるべきと思っています。関心がありません。
整理した上で重要なお話があるのです。あなたにも誰にも断る権利はありません。
Jeez. Erika used her detective's authority to proclaim the start of an assembly. None of the pieces could disobey. Praying that she wouldn't become the topic of the conversation, Natsui reluctantly sat on the sofa as she's been urged to. I hate this authority.
すみません。その扉閉めてもらえます？
はい。
Canon and Canon closed the door. Since they had just now decided to lock all doors and windows carefully, Canon locked it as well. The lock which existed to protect the safety of this room felt like a lock on a prison cell to Natsui, one that would hold her there and prevent any escape. Natsui still hadn't noticed. Ever since Erika had left to the corridor to check out the crime scene in Hideyoshi's room, her goal had changed. In short, from Erika's point of view, the sound of that lock was truly... Erika said it suddenly. Birkinsell said that suddenly.
まだ事件だって全然進んでないの？もう少し殺させていろいろと手がかりを集めればいいのに。
さあラムダ、すべての駒を集めなさい。ここからが一番面白いんじゃない。思い切り楽しみましょう。
どうかしらね。お手並み拝見と行くわよ。
24時のゲームセットを待たずにもう仕掛けてきたとはな。ベルンカステル教面、気の早い御仁よ。
相当の早仕掛けですな。この段階でもう勝てる算段があるとは。
普段なら魔女の存在を主張するだけで勝てるけど、今回は夏日や金蔵や守るものが多いわ。面倒な戦いになりそうね。
面倒な戦い、大いに望むところよ。わらわの黄金の島でこれ以上の好き勝手はさせぬわ。受けて立とうぞ、ベルンカステル教フルドエリカ。
Let's see it. The fight. Oh, back here. In the Golden Land, the endless rain continued to fall. Twice the rain endless. Battler was nowhere to be seen. It would very soon reach the time when Battler had joined in on the 5th game. Control of his piece would be passed on to him. In other words, Mari, only now, in this final stage of the game when Birkenstow had pinpointed the culprit, was Battler finally going to be allowed to participate. He had left the arbor a short while ago for that reason. Now the only ones in sight were Virgilia, who continued to knit silently, and Beto, who sat there blankly amidst the smell of her black tea, not even putting the cup to her lips. Virgilia stopped knitting for a moment, and looked out across the vast golden rose garden that extended as far as the eye can see.
バトラ君は誰が犯人云々というだけのゲームならもう二度と屈することのない力を身につけたと言えるでしょう。第4のゲームまでであなたは全てのメッセージを彼に伝えています。つまりバトラ君はいつでも全ての真実に気づいても良いということです。
Solve everything by this point, huh? Reach the truth?
しかし彼には甘えがある。だからこのままゲームを幾百と続けたとしても永遠に解けはしない。 まるで青い鳥を探すかのように永遠にさまよい続けるだけ。
Game will continue to mock the player for not solving it yet from now on. Oh man. And that, Beatrice, goes for you as well. Even if you play this game hundreds more times, you will never arrive at the answer you seek. Both seeking answers, huh? Birkenstead will abuse this game without a doubt. Lambda Delta will also turn this game on with the utmost arrogance. At a glance, that may be humiliating and appear to you and Battler as though the game has been stolen from you. However, this is something the two of you need right now, to bring an end to Battler's weak side, to bring an end to your hesitation.
だからあなたはあの二人を呼んだのです。あなたたちの永遠の拷問を終わらせるため。あの二人はあなたに勝利か敗北のいずれかを与えるでしょう。しかしそれはいずれであってももはや慈悲に満ちたものです。あなたにももうそれは分かっているはず。
My opinion is that the most realistic place to solve it is the end of episode 6. We'll see about that. I'll have you know, I'm stupid. Regalia faced Beto, who she assumed... Regalia faced Beto, whom she had come to adore like a daughter, with cold eyes that she must now not have shown often. It was like a gaze of a mother who, instead of scolding, suddenly urges their child to recognize their mistake. Oh? But your eyes are closed.
あなたはいつまでそうして生きるでもなく死ぬでもなく天国に昇るでもなく地獄に落ちるでもなく煉獄山の頂上でぼんやりとしているつもりなの。私はワルギリエ、彼を煉獄山に案内し頂上のあなたのところまで連れてきました。そしてあなたはベアトリーチ、彼の手を取って天国へ昇るか彼を抱いて地獄へ落ちるか選ばなくてはならない。
Do you know that the tribulations of purgatory lies in the gap between heaven and hell, are sometimes more torturous than even hell itself? On the gates of hell, it is written that you must abandon all hope. The human without hope can accept their suffering and give up. However, the denizens of purgatory have hope. A hope of possibly reaching heaven, a hope that cannot be abandoned. And that tortures them. Even in the depths of hell, no greater torture device exists than a single pin known as hope.
飛びなさい、煉獄の崖より淡く脆くてくだらない希望の未練ごとパンドラの箱を開け放ってしまいなさい。怖いでしょう。箱を開けるのは
Not allowed to call yourself bad at solving mysteries if you solved the epitaph in episode 5. I had a lot of tips, though. I very clearly needed a little bit of help to start getting put in the right direction. Plus, we still don't know what the gouging part is and the rest of the letters we got. Whatever device they were messing with, I assume it's maybe a statue that Byrne and Battler were messing with, like, near the beginning of this episode. I haven't been able to, like, see it yet, as far as I know. Gotta make a trip to Rakanjima to figure out. Alright, road trip, let's go. Beto was silent. Could I have had 1 quadrillion hints and probably still wouldn't have gotten it? Maybe I'm not that stupid. I am still pretty stupid, though. Beto was silent, but with a single tear, she nodded slightly.
箱の中の猫は生きているのか、それを確かめる時が来ました。死んでいる猫ならば早く供養して天へ昇ってもらいなさい。生きている猫ならば早く餌を与えて 全ての愛情を注いであげなさい。生き死にに関係なく、あなたの猫箱は猫を永遠に冒涜しています。あなたが開くことを恐れた箱の鍵をあの二人が持ってきてくれましたよ。
Beatrice, the time has come for you to die. I hope that your heart will be stopped by the hand of the person you desire. Ooh. Mean. Oh? 12 p.m.? That probably not a.m. Right? Bong bong. Oh, 2400, really? The Great Court of Illusions. Where are we now? Oh, man. How much more do we think we got? Because I could go on for a bit longer, but I'm thinking this is an okay stopping point for now. And this is a sick track. Wow, the strawberries in my drink here lost like every bit of color that they had. They're like almost all completely white. Definitely long? Alright, we'll save this for next time then. We got through a decent few chapters here. Oh man, this track is sick, holy. Pretty much out of tea right now anyway. Oh man, I kind of want to... I kind of want to continue tomorrow. I don't know. Would it be 1 or 2 more streams, do you think, to finish off this episode? Because we gotta be reaching the end by now, right? We're at the part where Battler finally joins back in. Any case. 1 more stream should do it. If it's as long as this one, definitely. Would that include like any extra tea party stuff? I'm assuming this the Answer Arcs has like the tea parties again. Like extra things to go through before starting the next episode. Always include everything? Alright. Maybe since we're close to the end here then, I'll go ahead and also play more on Sunday tomorrow. And then that will allow us to start the beginning of episode 6 next week on Friday. Have a nice fresh start to it. I think that sounds good to me because things are starting to pick up. I'm really interested in what's about to happen next. But it's been like 6 hours. I'm like... I'm hungry. I can't stop. I can't keep eating like hot Cheetos as I play here. I need actual nutrition. Alright, we'll leave it with that then. And then we'll... If I wake up early again tomorrow, we'll do one more stream to finish it off, like, this week. Finish off episode 5, that is. And then we can start Friday at the very beginning of episode 6. Oh man. But yeah, this stream was great. The few chapters we got were amazing. Oh man. I loved how mad Erika got earlier. Those were great. It was great. It was amazing. Good time. Good stream. Good episode. It is peak. I need to see it happen again. It's probably about to happen again. He's gonna say Natsui's like the culprit, and then everyone will be like, oh, no way. It all makes sense. And then Valor will be like, oh, it's all useless. And then say some ridiculous ass shit. But why she can't be, and then Erika will be all mad again. It's gonna be so good. Zenzen Damedada. It's useless. All useless. Why the hell did it say I went? I looked at the freaking. I looked at my OBS and it just said both channels went offline, and then now they're back online? Oh, whatever. I don't know what's going on. In any case, enough yapping. It's gonna be it for me for today. Tomorrow will be, I guess, the finale of episode 5. And then... I don't know, Monday I might play Tide of Tasmanian Tiger. Maybe I'll play some Breakers. I get in a mood to play Breakers whenever I watch S-Jam play it. So maybe I might play some of that. Maybe some Tai. Tai 2, that is. If not, I don't know, I'll figure it out. I might end up taking a break Monday, depending on how tired I get. After, tomorrow. Because I'm a little tired. Throat getting a little rough from all the speaking. There was a lot of narration I had to, like, speak out loud here in this, like, last chapter. You'll be able to make it tomorrow? That's unfortunate. There's always VODs. I should probably put in my, like, Twitch bio that I have an actual channel and not just a VOD channel. Oh, well, in any case, that will be it from me. I'm gonna continue yapping forever if I'm left here. I need to get food. So as always, anyone around to watch me, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Tomorrow, Umineko, Monday, I don't know, something. We'll figure it out. Breakers? Maybe Tai on Tuesday for Tai Tuesday. I'm gonna steal that and make that my title. You know what? Definitely. 100% Tai 2 on Tuesday. And then who knows beyond that. We'll see. Till then, see ya, see ya.